Hey friends, before we dive into tonight's story, did you know that nearly 80% of the people who watch these videos aren't subscribed? If you're enjoying this kind of content, consider hitting the subscribe button. It really helps a lot, and it keeps these long stories going. Also, I'd love to hear from you. What time is it right now where you are, and which city are you listening from tonight? And if these stories help you sleep, feel free to tap the thanks button to support the channel. It truly means a lot. All right, let's get into it. It started slow, just the hum of the engine and the distant click of the radio. But by the time I rolled past the shuttered storefronts on Elmwood Avenue, I could feel the air shift. The streetlights overhead flickered in tired, lazy arcs, casting more shadow than light. My name's Jackson Reed, badge number 4782, night shift patrol for the Brookside County Sheriff's Department. I've been on this graveyard beat for 6 years, and I've learned one thing. These hours will get in your head if you let them. I eased the cruiser to a stop at the corner of 5th and Elmwood. The call had come in 15 minutes ago. A silent alarm at the closed auto shop, code 1078. No motion detected on cameras, no glass broken, just the alarm panel's shrill insistence. Standard protocol. Check the perimeter, sweep inside, report status. I clicked on the squad mic. Unit 5 to dispatch. I'm on scene at Harper's Auto, proceeding with exterior check. No answer. The radio crackled, then fell silent. Typical for this time of night, dispatch is stretched thin. I stepped out, boots crunching on gravel mixed with broken shards of asphalt. The neon closed sign winked in the window, half-burned filament drifting in the gloom. I patted my duty belt, flashlight, taser, radio, cuffs, everything in place. The night was unnaturally still. No breeze stirred the loose papers by the dumpster. No cicadas, no distant bark of stray dogs. Even the usual hum from the highway a mile away was muted, as if somebody had turned down the world. I swept my flashlight beam over the rows of parked cars. Dusty sedans, a battered pickup, tires flat on one. Nothing moved. I circled to the back door. The padlock looked intact. I ran a gloved hand along the frame. No pry marks, no scuff. I tapped the door. Solid. I clicked the radio mic. Unit 5 to dispatch. Perimeter secure. No signs of forced entry. I'm going in. I heard my own voice echo in the empty lot. Pushing inside, the smell hit me. Oil, rubber, and something faintly metallic, like old blood or coolant, leaking onto concrete. My flashlight beam danced over tool racks, oil-stained floors. A lift arm raised as though waiting for a car that never came. In the corner, a set of tire irons lay arranged in a neat row, handles aligned. Too neat. I called out, "Harper's? You here?" My voice sounded small. No answer. I moved deeper, boots slipping on a slick patch near the lift. My reflection in a grimy window pane wavered. For a moment, I thought I saw someone behind me. I spun. Nothing. A soft clack echoed from the office at the back. I approached, heart thudding. The door was ajar. Inside, papers fluttered on the desk, as if disturbed by a breeze, but the windows were closed. The computer monitor stood dark, its screen cracked. On the desk lay a single white envelope, unsealed, addressed to Officer Reed. My pulse spiked. I picked it up. Inside was a scrap of paper, edges torn, with 2 words typed, "Look up." No signature, no context. I glanced at the ceiling tiles. Everything looked normal. Fluorescent panels, some flickering. I shone the flashlight upward. One tile at the far end seemed slightly misaligned. My gut told me to leave it. Protocol says, don't touch evidence until backup arrives. But curiosity, and something darker, pushed me forward. I climbed onto a chair and slid the tile aside. Above was a narrow cavity, wires snaking through. And there, pressed into the insulation, was another note. Hastily scrawled in black marker, "Don't leave." My radio crackled. "Unit 5, you still there?" "Dispatch." I cleared my throat. "Yeah, I'm fine. Found some notes. Might be a prank." I heard typing. "There was a burglary nearby 2 nights ago. Harper's reported nothing missing. Be careful." I slid the tile back and climbed down. The air felt colder. My breath puffed in small clouds. I stood in silence, listening. Then, faintly, I heard a soft scrape, metal on concrete, from the front of the shop. I drew my flashlight and walked toward the sound. Each step felt heavier, as if the darkness pressed against me. At the big garage door, I saw fresh scuff marks on the floor, tire tracks leading out, but none leading in. A car had been moved recently, or someone had driven out without opening the door fully. I crouched to inspect the tracks. They ended abruptly at the threshold. Outside, the lot was empty. No footprints in the gravel. No tire prints on the asphalt. It was as if the vehicle had vanished. My radio crackled again. "Unit 12 responding, ETA 2 minutes." Relief washed over me. I clicked the mic. "Copy that. I've got something here." I stood, shining the beam across the shop. The lift arm creaked, shifting slightly. I frowned. There was no weight on it. Then I heard a whisper so soft I almost missed it. "Officer Reed." The voice came from right behind me. I spun, heart in my throat. No one. The beam landed on empty space. "Who's there?" I called, voice tighter than I intended. Silence. The whisper came again, just beyond the light's reach. "Go back." I took a step back. The temperature dropped further. My breath was rapid now. I glanced at the entrance. 2 minutes until backup. But every muscle in me screamed to run. Instead, I moved toward the office door, planning to retreat. As I passed the tool racks, something caught my eye. A wrench lying on the floor, handle pointing toward me. I knelt, picking it up. The metal was warm, as if just touched. I stood, and in that instant the lights flickered. For a heartbeat, the entire shop plunged into darkness. My radio sputtered to life with static. I dropped the wrench, drawing my service pistol. The beam of my flashlight darted around. The door to the office slammed shut. I yanked it open, empty. The envelope lay on the floor, face down. I flipped it. Another note, handwritten in shaky script. "You can't leave." My pulse hammered. I backed out of the office, pistol raised, flashlight trembling in my hand. The garage door rattled as if something large pushed against it from the inside. I rushed to the controls. Nothing. The keypad was dead. No lights, no motor sound. Footsteps, heavy and slow, echoed from the back of the shop. They were not mine. They came closer. My skin crawled. I radioed, hands shaking. "Dispatch, Unit 5, emergency. I need assistance now." Silence. Then the whisper, right at my ear. "Why are you running?" I spun, fired a shot at the darkness. The sound cracked, reverberating off concrete. My flashlight beam caught movement. A shape lunging away, melting into shadow. I bolted for the exit, shoulder slamming into the glass door. It held. I smashed my fist against it. "Let me out!" I pounded until the frame cracked. Then the door gave way, and I tumbled into the lot. I didn't stop running until I reached my cruiser. I slammed inside, locked the doors, and hit the siren. The wail shattered the night. As I peeled out, I looked back. The shop sat silent, windows dark. No sign of the shape, no flicker of light. Backup arrived moments later. I pointed to the shop. "Check in, something's wrong in there." They approached cautiously. I stayed in the cruiser, hands white on the wheel. When they radioed back, all clear, no one inside, no footprints, no prints on the wrench, no evidence of forced entry beyond normal, I knew they'd find nothing. I turned off the siren and drove away. My cruiser's heater finally kicked in, blowing warm air that did nothing to thaw the chill in my bones. I glanced at the timestamp. Exactly 3:17. 2 minutes until 3:19, the time that lingers in my mind. By morning, I filed the report. False alarm, prank devices found. I left out the notes, I left out the whisper, I left out the shape in the dark. Because no one would believe me. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, or thought I saw. And I know I'll never patrol Elmwood Avenue alone again. The road back to the station should have felt like safety, but the cruiser's engine noise was hollow in my ears. Every bump in the asphalt sounded like footsteps behind me. When I finally pulled into the lot, the fluorescent bulbs over the booking entrance flickered, casting long, jittery shadows that pooled and stretched across the concrete. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, letting the red digital clock on the dash blink 3:45. Backup units were inside clearing the auto shop. Protocol said to wait, but I needed air. I cracked the window and inhaled the damp night. The scent of oil and gasoline still clung to my uniform. My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the radio mic. Through the glass, I saw Deputy Alvarez emerge from the building, flashlight in one hand, handheld radio in the other. He waved and headed toward me. I opened the door before he reached the cruiser. "Everything clear?" I asked, voice rough. Alvarez shook his head. "Nothing. We did a full sweep, under the lift, in the office, attic space, crawl space. No prints, no hidden compartments, no sign anyone was in there except you." He studied my face. "You okay?" I forced a nod. "Just tired." He didn't press. Instead, he slid into the passenger seat. "Look, Reed, I know graveyard shift plays tricks on you. We all get spooked. But this..." He tapped the roof. This was serious. I glanced back at the dark silhouette of Harper's auto. "Those notes..." He raised his brows. "You found notes?" I pulled the scrap from my pocket. "Look up. Don't leave. You can't leave." 3 messages, all aimed at me. Alvarez frowned and took the paper. "Whoever did this knows you, knew you'd come back alone." He paused. "Or it was meant for somebody else and you happened to find them." I swallowed. Why mess with me? Why not just break in and steal something? He shook his head. "Could be a warning. Could be someone messing with your head. Either way, we document it." He tore off a piece of his notepad and scribbled, "Evidence logged. Threatening notes found at Harper's auto. Photos and GPS coordinates recorded." He handed it back. "We'll log the rest in the morning." I folded the notes and pocketed them. "I'm heading home. I need to shake this." Alvarez nodded. "I'll hang back. If anything else shows, call me." He stepped out. I watched his silhouette merge with the shadows. The drive home was a fog of adrenaline and exhaustion. The dashboard clock clicked past 4 as I navigated the quiet streets of Brookside. Street lamps sputtered overhead. Every intersection looked the same, empty, waiting. My mind replayed the night. The misaligned tile, the envelope, the whisper, the wrench, the footsteps. Each moment felt stitched with dread. I pulled into my driveway and sat staring at the house. The porch light was off. In the yellow halo of the street lamp, the windows were dark. I unbuckled, grabbed my bag, and locked the cruiser. The click of the door echoing felt too loud. Inside, the house was deathly silent. I flicked on the hallway light. Family photos on the wall. My wife and daughter asleep upstairs, oblivious to the horror of my shift. I forced a smile. Just a weird night, I muttered, tapping my temple. You'll sleep it off. I set my gear by the door. Badge, radio, flashlight, pistol. I peeled off my boots and ran a hand through my hair. The mirror in the entryway caught my reflection. Bloodshot eyes, pale face, uniform stained with oil and dust. I looked like someone else. In the kitchen, I poured water instead of coffee. Too late for caffeine. I lifted the glass, but my hand shook so much I spilled. The water pooled on the counter. I wiped it up, heart still hammering. I checked the time. 4:12. 6 hours until I'm back on duty. I should sleep. Instead, I climbed the stairs and pressed my ear to my daughter's door. Soft breathing, safe. I exhaled. In my bedroom, I tossed my uniform onto a chair. I eyed the closet door. The spare uniform hung there, untouched. I turned out the light and fell into bed. My dreams were fractured. Fluorescent lights bursting. A woman's pale face in the passenger seat, whispering my name. The wrench spinning on the floor, the garage door rattling. I woke at 5:30, sweat on my brow, heart racing. I lay still, listening. Nothing. The digital clock read 5:47. 2 hours until roll call. I needed sleep. I closed my eyes. At 7:30, my alarm jolted me awake. Morning shift. I moved like a ghost. Shower, coffee, uniform. The station was bright with daylight bulbs and morning traffic on the radio. Veterans swapping stories about breakfast runs. I forced a laugh when someone asked about last night's call. Sergeant Morgan approached. "Reed, heard about Harper's Auto, you all right?" His tone was casual but concerned. I straightened. "Yeah, Sarge. False alarm. Prank, maybe." He studied me. "You sure?" "You look beat." I nodded. "Just need rest." He grunted. "Get some." "And Reed, nice work checking it out. We'll follow up on those notes." He turned away. I watched him go. "Follow up?" Like it was paperwork, not whatever that was. By midday, the station's rhythm steadied. I filed my own supplemental report. Notes, photos, witness statement from Alvarez. I marked it sensitive. I hesitated over one line. Subject experienced audio hallucinations. I deleted hallucinations and wrote unidentified voice source. More neutral, more accurate, because I don't believe it was just in my head. Dispatch paged me. Another silent alarm, this time at the old textile mill on Ridge Road. I typed back, "On it." My hands were steady now. The adrenaline had faded to a low hum. I grabbed my gear and cruiser keys. Before I left, I paused at the evidence locker. The locket from 2 nights ago lay sealed in a bag. I stared at it. The coroner's office had cataloged it as William's personal effect. I touched the plastic. Then I slid it back in. Some things I don't need in my head right now. I stepped outside. The sun was low in the sky, afternoon glare turning everything gold. The mill loomed silent, its windows boarded. Another empty place, another call to check. I slid into the cruiser and pulled away. As I turned onto Ridge Road, the rearview mirror caught a flash of white in the passenger seat. I jerked my head around. Nothing. My pulse quickened. I blinked. The seat was empty. I took a deep breath and whispered, "Not again." I forced my breathing steady. There are no passengers. Not anymore. Just me. Just another silent alarm. My radio crackled. "Unit 5, status?" I keyed the mic. "On Ridge Road, approaching the mill." The mill rose like a tombstone against the sky. 4 stories of cracked brick, broken panes, rusted fire escapes. Local kids spray-painted "Go Away" on the front door. Ghost stories swirl around this place. Workers trapped in accidents, mysterious nighttime trespassers, but nothing official. Tonight, it was my problem. I parked under a sagging street lamp and killed the engine. The heater click-clacked off. The world outside went instantly colder. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, stepped onto the gravel, and felt the weight of every eye that wasn't there watching. I walked to the main entrance. A steel door dented inward. The silent alarm panel blinked red. I ran a gloved finger over the keypad. No pry marks. I clicked the door. It swung open on rusted hinges with a long, keening groan that echoed into the darkness within. I lifted my flashlight, sweeping the beam across the lobby. Broken machinery lay strewn like skeletons of industry. Puddles gleamed where roof leaks dripped onto concrete. A single shaft of late-day sun filtered through a hole overhead, illuminating swirling dust motes. I stepped inside, boots echoing. Each footstep sounded cavernous, swallowed by shadow. The air smelled of mildew, rust, and old oil. My breath came out in short bursts. I patted my vest, radio, cuffs, spare magazine. Everything felt foreign in this silent cathedral of decay. I clicked on the radio. Unit 5 to dispatch. Interior sweep starting. Static hissed. Copy Unit 5. I moved forward, flashlight leading. The beam picked out conveyor belts frozen in mid-cycle. Rows of empty spindles. Control panels with gauges frozen at 0. Nothing moved. No scurrying rats, no distant drip. Just the hollow echo of my own heart. At the foot of a staircase leading to the second floor, I froze. There, scrawled in what looked like fresh charcoal on the wall, "You're next." The letters were jagged, uneven, as if drawn by someone shaking. My pulse jumped. I crouched to inspect the floor. No charcoal smears, no footprints. The wall itself looked undisturbed except for the message. I flicked on my body cam. Red light pulsed. I trained the flashlight on the scrawl. Dispatch, I have graffiti inside, threatening message. "You're next." Silence then. Copy. Backup en route. Backup. 2 words that should bring relief yet felt hollow. I stood and pressed my palm to the wall, feeling the rough brick beneath the charcoal. The message seemed to absorb the light. I swallowed, turning away. I climbed the stairs. Each step creaked. My flashlight beam bounced up the stairwell, illuminating rust flakes and pigeon droppings. At the landing, more writing, this time on a steel support beam. "Stay with me." Beneath it, smeared into the metal, were faint handprints. Not dusty white, but a darker shade, like oil mixed with something else. I shone my light. The prints glistened. My stomach roiled. I snapped photos. "Handprints on beam, unknown substance," I murmured into the mic. A distant clang echoed from below. My head snapped down. Somewhere under me, metal struck metal. I froze. The beam scanned the darkness. Nothing. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to the emptiness. Only my breathing answered. The stairwell stretched upward into blackness. I took a breath and climbed on. At the second floor, the corridor opened into a long hall lined with doorways. Office spaces, storage rooms. The flashlight picked out peeling paint, bird nests in corners, stray papers drifting in the faint breeze from broken windows. At the far end, I saw movement, a flicker of white behind a door's shattered glass. I approached slowly, every instinct screaming to retreat. The door hung crooked. I pushed it open. Inside, overturned chairs, a desk lamp shattered on the floor, and on the wall, scrawled again, "Don't forget me." Underneath, scratched into the plaster, a name, Sarah Williams. My heart hammered. That name, Sarah, the missing woman, the woman who vanished on County Road 16, the ghost I thought I'd left behind. I whispered, "No, not possible." My flashlight trembled. I stepped closer, brushing my hand along the wall where the name was carved. The plaster crumbled under my glove. I knelt to look for footprints. The dust was undisturbed except for the scratches. The office door slammed behind me. I jolted upright, spinning. The hall was empty. My beam darted along the corridor. No figure, no door movement. Only the message on the wall glowing in my light. I grabbed the door frame and wrenched the door open. It swung back and forth, metal screeching. I bolted into the hallway, heart in my throat. The silence rushed back, oppressive. My radio crackled. "Unit 5, you there?" Alvarez's voice, relief and concern. I swallowed. "Yeah, I found Sarah Williams' name carved here. I need—" The radio cut out. Static hissed. I clicked again. Nothing. The handheld was dead. Battery, interference, or something else. I patted my vest. The mic was attached, wires intact. I hit the PTT button. Silence. I shoved it into my pocket. No time. I needed out. I turned toward the stairwell, but the beam caught something at the far end of the hall. A figure, pale, slender, standing just beyond the light's reach. Her dress was thin, light-colored. She stood perfectly still, watching. "See, Sarah?" The name tumbled out. The figure didn't move. Then she turned, walking backward into the darkness, pointing up the stairs. I hesitated, boots rooted. My mind screamed to follow, to run, to do anything but stand there. Then she vanished, dissolving into the blackness of the hall. No rustle, no echo, just gone. I ran for the stairwell, 2 steps at a time, flashlight bobbing. The stairs groaned. At the top, the corridor stretched into deeper shadow. I swallowed, forcing forward. My skin prickled. The temperature dropped. My breath fogged. At the end of that corridor was a locked door, heavy steel, peeling paint. A keypad beside it blinked green. I approached, heart hammering. The panel lit up as I neared. I didn't touch it. A note lay taped to the door. Key inside. I glanced around. No windows here, no breeze. The note fluttered slightly as if touched by a breath. I tore it off. On the back, scrawled in the same shaky hand, "Find me." My ribs ached as the air tightened around me. I pressed my palm to the door. It was warm, unnaturally so. The heater in my cruiser had never felt this heat. I whispered, "Where are you?" The corridor answered with silence. Somewhere deep within the mill, machinery groaned to life. A low, rhythmic thrum. The floor vibrated under my boots. I stumbled, regaining balance. The lights flickered. One bulb overhead popped, raining sparks. Darkness swallowed half the corridor. Panic clawed at me. I fumbled for my radio. Static. I patted my vest for my backup pistol. It clicked reassuringly. I pressed my shoulder against the door and pushed. It opened inward with a reluctant creak. Inside was a small room. Windowless, the walls lined with filing cabinets. Papers littered the floor. In the center, a single chair faced away from me. On it hung a thin dress, identical to the one Sarah wore on County Road 16. The fabric was stained, dirt caked. I swallowed hard. I stepped closer. The chair scraped as I moved it. The dress draped over the back, empty. My flashlight illuminated a metal ring on the floor. A key ring with a single key. I picked it up. Cold, heavy. I slipped it into my pocket. A soft whisper behind me. "Thank you." I spun. Empty room. The chair stood alone. The door swung shut with a clang. I yanked it open and backed into the hall, heart exploding. The corridor was empty, silent except for my ragged breathing. I didn't stop to wonder. I ran down the stairs 2 at a time, flashlight beams slicing through the black. The ground floor lobby came into view, moonlight through broken windows. The exit door stood at the far end, keypad dark. I fumbled the key ring, found the key, and slid it into the lock. The door clicked. I heaved it open and spilled into the night air. My lungs burned. I slammed the door behind me and turned the knob deadbolt. I leaned against it, shaking. Outside, the street lamp overhead flickered. The world felt too loud. Wind in the trees, distant cars, my own heart pounding. I looked down at the key in my hand. No label, no tag, just the metal ring and the single key. I pocketed it. I'd figure that out later. Right now, I needed to get back to the cruiser, get backup, get sunlight. I stepped onto the gravel, turning for one last look at the mill. In the broken window above the door I'd exited, I thought I saw her silhouette, Sarah, watching. Then she vanished. I ran. As I reached the cruiser, my radio crackled to life on its own. Unit 5, you copy? What's your 20? Alvarez's voice, urgent. I fumbled the mic. I'm at the exit. I got the key. The place. There's writing, handprints, address. I trailed off. Slow down, he said. We're outside. Stay put. I climbed in, locking the door. The passenger seat was empty, but I half expected to see her there. I flicked on the dome light. Nothing. Alvarez and 2 deputies approached the front door, keys and flashlights in hand. I watched them move toward the mill, feeling both relief and dread. I set the key on the dash, staring at it. It gleamed under the dome light, too clean, too purposeful. Reed, Alvarez's voice called me over the radio. Come on out. I exhaled and stepped into the night again. The gravel crunched beneath my boots. I took the key with me. I wasn't leaving it behind. Not now, not ever. The early morning chill turned to a damp mist as Deputy Alvarez and the other units fanned out around the mill's perimeter. Their flashlights carved pale cones into the fog. I stayed close to the main door, the heavy key burning in my palm. Every instinct screamed that this wasn't over. Alvarez glanced at me, face tight. You sure you want to bring that inside? He nodded at the key. I swallowed. It unlocked the exit door. There's more in there, evidence. We need to see it in daylight. He hesitated, then pocketed his radio. All right, but we stick together. No solo runs. We entered the mill again as a team. The rattling door closed behind us with finality. Inside, the beam of my flashlight landed on the lobby floor, where the chair and that dirt-caked dress had been. Now, both were gone. Only the scuffed concrete remained. A low hum began, a mechanical pulse somewhere deep in the building. The deputies froze. My breath caught. That hum wasn't wind or distant traffic. It was alive. We moved down the corridor toward the staircase. Each step creaked under our weight. The second-floor hallway was darker now. Half the emergency lights were dead. The walls bore fresh charcoal messages. I'm here. Don't forget. Beneath them, oily handprints glistened. The team photographed everything. In the office where Sarah's name was carved, we found new scratches. Another name, Reed. My stomach dropped. Someone had carved my name into the plaster, as though marking territory, as though claiming me. Alvarez spoke into his radio. Dispatch, we have a situation. Possible suspect unknown inside. We're proceeding with caution. No reply. The static crackled like distant laughter. Ahead, a door slammed. We rushed forward. The door to the utility room hung open. Inside, breakers tripped, wires severed. The emergency lights winked out. Our torches flickered. For a heartbeat, we were blind. Then, in the darkness, I heard her voice, soft, distant, echoing down the hall. Find me. A deputy shone his light toward the sound. Nothing. Another whisper. Please. We advanced. The third-floor staircase groaned underfoot. At the landing, the corridor stretched interminably, lined with boarded-up windows. Moonlight seeped through cracks, illuminating swirling dust. At the far end, a figure stood, pale, thin. Sarah. She turned her head slowly, lips parting in that same deliberate smile. Her eyes, empty, distant, locked on mine. I took a step. She raised a finger. 1, then 2, then 3, pointing up. I glanced back at Alvarez. He nodded. We climbed the final flight. The attic door loomed above us, padlocked. The key in my hand grew hot. I fitted into the lock. It turned with a click that echoed like a gunshot. Inside, the attic was cavernous. A tangle of rafters, broken machinery, and forgotten debris. In the center, illuminated by moonlight through a gaping hole in the roof, was a figure slumped against a support beam. A woman's silhouette, dress tattered. Sarah. I approached, heart pounding. Her head lolled forward. As I neared, she lifted it, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came. Her lips moved. "Help me." I reached out. Her hand was ice. I touched her wrist. Pulse faint, but there. She was alive. How? Why? Behind me, Alvarez whispered, "She's real." Suddenly, the floorboards creaked. The rafters above us shuddered. Dust rained down. A shape moved in the shadows, tall, indistinct, watching. "Who's there?" I called, a voice raw. No answer. The shape melted deeper into darkness. Sarah's head fell back. She dropped to the floor with a soft thud. I knelt, checking her wrist. Pulse gone. Her skin faded to pale gray. "No," I whispered, pressing my hand to her chest. Nothing. Alvarez grabbed my arm. "We need to get out now." I looked up. The attic door was gone, replaced by solid wall, no exit. The shape emerged at the edge of the moonlight. Tall, faceless, wearing what looked like my uniform. Badge number 4782 gleamed on its chest. It raised a pale hand and pointed at me. I backed away, heart slamming. The attic's rafters creaked ominously. The shape drifted closer. I scooped Sarah's body into my arms. Her weight was limp, dead. The figure stopped a few feet away, then it spoke, in my voice, "You can't leave." I bolted for the rafters, leapt onto a beam, and dashed toward the broken roof. The wood cracked underfoot. The shape followed, gliding silently. I reached the hole and hauled myself up onto the jagged edges. The night air hit me like a wave. I dropped Sarah's body into the darkness below, an echoing thump. The figure reached the hole and stared down. Then it looked at me, tilted its head, turned and melted back into the attic. I climbed out onto the roof, sliding into the mist. I ran across the beams, jumped to the next rooftop, and didn't stop until I hit the pavement outside. Below, the deputies pounded on the attic window. I waved frantically. They pried it open and climbed out, leaving the mill behind. I stood in the mist, chest heaving. The key still burned in my pocket. I pulled it out, warm, silent. I dropped it onto the gravel. It sank into the fog, disappearing from sight. Deputy Alvarez approached, hand on my shoulder. "You okay?" I looked back at the mill, dark, silent, as if nothing had happened. "No," I said, "I'm not." He guided me to the cruiser. I slid in, door closing with a hollow thud. As I sat, I glanced down at my lap. Sarah's dress lay there, folded neatly. I hadn't brought it. It had followed me. I closed my eyes. The heater clicked on. The fog on the windows began to clear, but inside the glass, I saw her, Sarah, standing in the back seat, pale and silent. I swallowed hard, breath catching. I whispered, "Go on." She smiled. And then she was gone. The dawn's first light was a pale promise, but the world still felt stained by last night's horrors. I sat in the cruiser's seat, engine idling, staring at the spot where Sarah's dress had appeared. Deputy Alvarez hovered beside me. eyes heavy with questions he dared not ask. Finally, I opened the door. The chill air washed over me. The mist curled around the cruiser's headlights, swirling like restless spirits. I stepped onto the gravel, the imprint of Sarah's dress still visible on the seat in my mind. Alvarez followed. "Let's finish this," I said. My voice sounded hollow. He nodded. "Station, Unit 5, and backup at Ridge Road Mill. Section 4, proceeding with evidence retrieval." The radio crackled acknowledgement. I took a deep breath and led the way back to the mill's front entrance. The door stood silent, almost expectant. We entered as a team, flashlights carving through the gloom. The lobby was empty, echoing with our footsteps. I moved to the spot where the chair had been. Now, only a dark stain marked the concrete. I knelt, running a gloved finger through the stain. Old oil mixed with something I couldn't identify. I collected a sample. "Blood?" Alvarez whispered. "Maybe," I replied, "or rust. Either way, it's evidence." We advanced down the corridor. The walls still bore the charcoal messages. "I'm here. Don't forget. Read." Each word a clawing reminder that we were not alone. The oily handprints glistened in our beams. We photographed everything, careful to avoid disturbing prints. At the staircase, I hesitated. The steps had groaned under my weight the last time, threatening collapse. But I had to know what lay above. I climbed, each footfall measured. Alvarez and 2 deputies followed. On the second-floor landing, we found footprints in the dust. Bare footprints, as small, leading toward the sealed door at the end of the hall. I crouched, examining the trail. The prints stopped at the door. No sign of passage. I rose and approached the door. The keypad was dark. I pulled the key from my pocket, the one that had been burned hot in my hand. I fitted it into the lock. It turned smoothly. As the door swung open, a gust of stale air rushed out. Inside was a narrow corridor, walls lined with lockers. The smell was acrid, urine, mold, decay. My flashlight caught movement. A door ajar at the far end. We entered. The door slammed shut behind us. One deputy yanked it open. The frame groaned. Inside the room was a single desk, overturned. On it lay a tape recorder, its red recording light on. I clicked it off. "Play it," I whispered. Alvarez pressed play. A woman's voice crackled. "Officer Reed, can you hear me?" "They won't let me leave. I'm trapped. You have to find me." Then static and a second voice, distorted, mechanical, laughed softly. My blood went cold. Sarah's voice. We swept the room. On the floor, scrawled in lipstick on a shattered mirror, "Help her." A locker door creaked open. Inside, folded neatly, was Sarah's dress. Same dirt-caked fabric, same thin material. Beneath it, a photo, Sarah standing with a little girl, smiling, sunlight behind them. On the back, handwritten, "My daughter." I pocketed the photo. The room temperature plummeted, our breaths fogged. The recorder clicked on by itself. The mechanical voice whispered, "You can't save her." The lights flickered. The door we entered through slammed shut. I lunged for the handle. It didn't budge. The walls seemed to tighten, pressing in. Then, from the locker room corridor came footsteps, slow, dragging. We raised flashlights. The beam landed on a figure. Sarah's daughter, pale, barefoot, dress identical but smaller. She stared at us with hollow eyes. "Mommy," she whispered. My throat closed. I stepped forward. "Sweetheart." She held up a hand, and the world shuddered. The lockers rattled, the ceiling groaned. A shape formed behind her, tall, faceless, wearing my uniform badge gleaming. The girl looked back at it, then at me. "He won't let me go," she said. I swallowed. "I'll get you out." She shook her head. "You can't leave." The shape lifted a hand, pointing at me. I felt its accusation: trespasser, kidnapper, witness. Then the little girl vanished. The shape stepped forward. I braced for it. But before it could reach me, Alvarez fired a shot into the ceiling. The bullet ricocheted, sparks flew, and the shape dissolved into shadow. The lights surged back on. The door clicked open. I grabbed the recorder and photo. We fled down the stairs, breaking into the lobby. I punched the door open, stumbling into the mist outside. Alvarez locked eyes with me. "We have to call this in. Federal, coroner, someone." I nodded, chest heaving. "And find that girl." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "We will, but first, you need rest." I looked back at the mill. It stood silent, inscrutable. I knew it held more secrets, rooms unsearched, voices unheard. But for now, I had what I came for. Proof that Sarah and her daughter had been real, and a tape that would haunt me forever. As we climbed into the cruiser, the recorder played on the seat between us, looping Sarah's plea. "Officer Reed, you have to find me." I switched it off. The ride back was silent. The mist cleared into dawn. The golden light felt unnatural after the mill's darkness. I glanced at Alvarez. "We'll solve this," he said. I nodded, gripping the photo. For her daughter and for me. The day shift crew filed in as we returned. I handed the evidence to the sergeant. Tape, photo, samples. He frowned, scanning the items. "What the hell happened?" he asked. I met his gaze. "Something beyond our protocol, but it's real." He didn't reply. He just nodded and ordered an investigation. That afternoon, I sat at my desk, staring at the photo of Sarah and her daughter. The little girl's smile was bright, innocent, so out of place in the nightmare we'd endured. I traced the handwriting. My daughter. A report on the desk caught my eye. Missing persons. A girl matching the photo, 9 years old, disappeared near County Road 9 months ago. Case closed, ruled runaway. I grabbed the file. Inside was Sarah's name as next of kin. I closed the file. I knew what I had to do. As I left the station, I pocketed the photo and tape recorder. The mist had lifted. The sun shone warmly, but I felt the chill at my back, the knowledge that some places never let you go, some voices never fall silent. I climbed into the cruiser, started the engine, and drove toward County Road 16. The highway stretched out before me, silver in the early morning light, yet every mile felt heavier than the last. I drove in silence, the photo of Sarah and her daughter tucked against the dash. The tape recorder's flatline silence, a reminder of voices that once pleaded for help. My mind replayed the mill's horrors, the chalked warnings, the oily handprints, the attic's locked door, the whispering shape in my uniform. But those horrors faded into something sharper now. A purpose. County Road 16 lay 20 minutes north. The asphalt ribbon cut through dense pines and abandoned farmsteads. The same lonely stretch where I first encountered Sarah. As I turned off the main road, the forest swallowed me. My headlights picked out mist curled around tree trunks, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. I slowed, heart thudding. This place was a crossroads of vanished people. Sarah Williams, her daughter, others long forgotten. I had to find them. I parked at the old pull-off, where years ago a faded sign warned no services next 20 miles. The gravel crunched under my boots as I approached the spot where I'd first seen her, that night when the world felt abandoned. I scanned the shoulder. No footprints, no discarded items, nothing but cracked pavement and pine needles. I crouched, running a gloved finger along the edge. There, half buried in gravel, was a small metal locket, tarnished but unmistakably the one Sarah wore. I pried it free. Inside lay a faded photo of the little girl, smiling up at her mother. A breeze stirred the pine needles. My breath caught. I whispered, "I'm coming." I clipped the locket to my vest and walked back to the cruiser to gather supplies: flashlight, extra batteries, camera, radio. I switched on the recorder. For a moment the tape whirred, and then her voice. "Officer Reed, find me." I swallowed the lump in my throat and hit stop. That voice would guide me. I set off on foot along the road, heading south, toward the one-lane bridge where Sarah's car was reported abandoned a year ago. The woods pressed close. Each step sent pine needles skittering. My flashlight danced across gnarled roots and moss-covered rocks. The road's edge was rutted, tire tracks fading into grass. I followed them into the trees where the asphalt gave way to a narrow track. Footsteps behind me, soft, deliberate. I spun, flashlight beam slicing through the gloom. Nothing. Just trees, silent and watchful. I squared my shoulders and pressed on. The track curved around a fallen oak, roots twisting like fingers. Then I saw it. The silhouette of a sedan, half hidden under branches. Rust ate the hood, windows were gone. The license plate hung by one bolt. I approached slowly. Inside the back seat lay the girl's doll, tattered dress, one eye missing. I picked it up. The fabric felt damp. I brushed away leaves to reveal a name scrawled on its collar. Lucy, Sarah's daughter. My pulse thundered. I scanned the undergrowth, nothing else. I set the doll on the roof, snapped photos. My radio crackled. "Unit 5, are you reading?" Alvarez's voice, relief and tension. I keyed the mic. "I'm at the bridge track. Found the car." "Ata 2 minutes," he replied. I clicked off. The forest settled again. I knelt by the front tire. Tracks led away from the driver's side into the woods. Footprints and small scuffs where the girl must have slipped. I followed the prints, heart hammering. They led uphill to a clearing ringed by birch. At its center stood an old well, masonry stones dark with moss. A wooden cover lay askew. I shone my flashlight into the well. Darkness. A faint drip echoed from its depths. I brought out the recorder and laid it on the stone. Press play. "Help me." The tape crackled. The drip answered. I leaned over the opening, heart in my throat. Something moved below, dark shape, shifting. I swallowed and called, "Lucy? Sarah?" Silence, then a soft sob. I peered deeper. The beam revealed a small handprint on the wet wall, a smear of dirt. I dropped the flashlight. It clanged against the stones, and grabbed the rope beside the well, tossed the end down. It coiled until the hook caught on something. I pulled. It slid free. My hands shook. I tied it to a rusted post and tested the knot. Then I climbed down, boots slipping on damp stones. At the bottom, the well chamber opened into a narrow tunnel carved into earth. The air was cold, musky. I hitched my flashlight to my helmet and crawled forward. The tunnel sloped upward. Water dripped from the ceiling. My fingers brushed against damp rock, then against something woven. Fabric. I paused. The doll's missing eye lay on the ground. I picked it up. The tunnel opened into a small chamber. Roots hung from the ceiling, tangled with wires and plastic sheeting. In the center, huddled against a wall, was a figure, small, rocking. "Lucy?" I whispered. She looked up, pale face streaked with tears, eyes wide. I eased forward. "It's okay, I'm here." She didn't move. I knelt, holding out my hand. She reached for me. I scooped her into my arms. She was cold, trembling. I hugged her, heart breaking. "I've got you." Behind me, the tunnel mouth shimmered. I turned. A woman stood there, Sarah. Her dress thin, stained, hair plastered. Relief and horror warred on my face. She stepped forward, eyes pleading. "Take her. she mouthed. I nodded, turning back to Lucy. Mommy, Lucy whispered. Sarah's face blurred. She pointed back into the tunnel. Then she began to fade, like mist in sunlight. No! I reached out, but Sarah dissolved into shadow. I heard footsteps above, Alvarez's voice calling. I called back, voice echoing. I lifted Lucy and climbed the rope ladder. Each rung creaked. At the top, deputies waited, flashlights trembling. They pulled me out. I hugged Lucy tight. Alvarez knelt. You okay, kiddo? She nodded, burying her face in my uniform. I glanced into the well. The wooden cover lay in place. No sign of Sarah. The damp stones glistened. The locket lay on the ground. I picked it up and pocketed it. Back in the cruiser, Lucy asleep in the passenger seat, I placed the recorder on the console. I pressed play. Sarah's voice broke the silence. Officer Reed, you found her. Thank you. Then static, and another voice, soft, mocking. But you can't leave. I swallowed. I glanced at Lucy, safe now, and then at the road ahead. The county line sign loomed. Welcome to Brookside County. I started the engine. As we drove toward home, the forest receded, morning light gilding the treetops. Lucy stirred and opened her eyes. She held up the doll. Thank you, Officer Reed. I managed to smile. Any time, kiddo. But in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw Sarah's reflection in the back seat, watching, silent. I blinked. The seat was empty. I reached into my pocket and touched the locket's cool metal. Inside, the faded photo of mother and daughter. Proof. Evidence. A promise kept. Yet, as the miles ticked by, the road felt endless. The mist rose behind us like fingers. And deep in my gut, I knew the graveyard shift never truly ends. Some calls echo through time. Some passengers never really leave your cruiser. When I pulled into the driveway, deputies and paramedics were already there to take Lucy. She waved shyly. I lifted my hand. Inside the house, I placed the recorder and locket on my desk. The clock read 9:02, hours until my next shift. I stared at the tape recorder's red light, off now, but ready. I traced the letters on the locket, SW. Then I heard it, a soft click behind me. I spun. The front door was ajar, no sign of forced entry. The hall was empty, silent. I stepped forward, heart in my throat. On the living room floor lay a scrap of paper, 2 words typed in black marker, I'll stay. My breath caught. I looked at the recorder, the locket, the empty doorway, and I realized the shift never ends. Not really, and neither does she. I closed the door, locked it, and pocketed the note. The sky overhead had turned a bruised purple by the time I finally climbed out of the cruiser. The street lamps flickered as if exhausted, casting long, wavering shadows across my front yard. I paused on the porch, hand on the doorframe, the weight of the night pressing in. Behind me, the recorder and locket lay on the passenger seat, silent witnesses to what had happened. In front of me, the door beckoned like the threshold between 2 worlds, the one I patrolled and the one I could never leave behind. Inside, the house was dark and quiet. I flicked on the hallway light and paused at the foot of, the stairs. A pair of tiny footprints, wet, muddy, led from the living room toward my daughter's room. My heart froze. I followed them, boots echoing on hardwood. At the doorway, I saw her, Lucy, curled in her bed, clutching the doll. She slept peacefully, eyelashes fanning pale cheeks. I exhaled. The prints stopped at the bed. No footprints to her door, none leading away, as if she'd simply appeared. I knelt and brushed a lock of hair from her forehead. "Kiddo," I whispered. She stirred, mumbled, then turned and hugged the doll tighter. I studied the footprints on the floor, tiny, bare, perfect impressions in the dust. I ran a gloved finger along the edge. The dust was gone where she'd walked. The rest of the floor coated in a fine gray ash. I glanced at the recorder on my desk. It clicked softly, as if breathing. In the kitchen, I poured water into a glass. My reflection fractured in the window's dark. Behind me, movement. A flash of white in the living room. I spun. Nothing. My breath caught. The radio on the counter crackled to life. Static, then Sarah's voice, "I'll stay." The words echoed, then faded. I lifted the glass with trembling fingers and sipped. The water tasted of metal and memory. I gathered the recorder, the locket, and the scrap of paper with "I'll stay." I carried them upstairs to my office. The room smelled of old coffee and leather. I set the items on the desk and sat, running my hands over the wood grain. The recorder's red light pulsed once and went dark. The locket gleamed under the lamp. I opened it. Inside, Lucy's photo and a single mother-of-pearl button that hadn't been there before. I pocketed the button, its surface smooth and warm. On the wall, the clock ticked toward midnight. Hours until my next shift. I'd been awake for more than 24 now, but sleep felt impossible. The edges of reality had blurred. I could still feel Sarah's cold hand on my wrist in that attic, still hear the mechanical laugh in the utility room, still see her daughter's hollow eyes in the locker room. My phone buzzed. A text from dispatch: "Mill evidence processing complete. Coroner confirms locket and dress fibers match missing persons. Daughter still unaccounted for." I tapped back. Copy. Continuing search. I stood and moved to the window. The neighborhood lay silent under the mist. Porch lights winked off. Somewhere a dog barked. The world went on, unaware of the hollow beneath the woods, the well's hidden tunnel, the empty rooms where echoes lingered. I thought of the words carved on those walls. "You're next. Stay with me. Help her." And the ones written for me: "I'll stay." I turned from the window. On the desk, the recorder clicked on by itself. I pressed play. Sarah's voice, faint. "Officer Reed, you kept your promise." Then a child's giggle, Lucy's, mixed with static. Then the mechanical voice, "Shift's not over." My jaw tightened. I picked up the recorder. "No," I said softly. "It's not over until I decide." I hit stop. The room fell silent. I gathered my gear, flashlight, extra batteries, handcuffs, radio. I clipped the mother-of-pearl button to my vest. It felt like a ward, a promise, a reminder. I stepped into the hallway. At the end, the front door stood closed. I opened it. The mist curled around me. The gravel crunch under my boots led back to the cruiser. I climbed in, the seatbelt clicked. I sat for a moment, exhaling. Then I started the engine. Headlights pierced the fog as I turned onto County Road 16. The asphalt stretched into darkness, flanked by trees that whispered in the breeze. I passed the pull-off, the old Mill Road entrance, the spot where Sarah's car had lain. Each landmark felt charged, alive with memory. I drove past them toward the deeper woods. The radio crackled, dispatch checking in. I keyed the mic. "Unit 5 back in service, resuming patrol." "Copy that," came the reply. I drove on. The mist thickened. At the edge of my headlights, shapes coalesced. A woman in a thin dress, a little girl clutching a doll. They stood side by side, watching. I slowed, heart in my throat. The woman raised a hand in thanks. The girl nodded. They stepped off the road into the trees. I watched until they vanished. I eased the cruiser to a stop. Silence enveloped me. I turned off the engine. The dash clock read 0017, the witching hour. I gathered the recorder and locket. I stepped out into the fog. The forest loomed. I climbed out and followed the figure's path into the trees. Branches scratched my jacket. Roots tangled at my boots. The world grew quieter, the mist thicker. Then, ahead, moonlight through the canopy revealed the well's moss-covered stones. The cover lay in place. I knelt and placed my hand on it. Cold. Solid. I touched the mother-of-pearl button in my vest. "Help is coming," I whispered. I slid the cover aside. Darkness yawned. I shone my flashlight down. No movement. I dropped the recorder on the stones. Press play. Lucy's soft breathing. Sarah's whispered, "Thanks." Then the mechanical voice, "The shift never ends." I climbed down into the tunnel once more. The walls were damp, the air thick. I followed the earthen passage until it opened into the chamber. The roots and sheeting were gone. In their place, fresh dirt and footprints, one adult, one child's. They led to the far wall where new writing appeared. "Free us." My breath caught. I knelt and traced the letters. Beneath them, carved faintly, "Thank you." I stood and called into the darkness. "I'm coming back for both of you." Somewhere in the tunnel, a soft sigh of relief. I climbed back out, sealing the well cover. I gathered the recorder and locket. I climbed into the cruiser, heart pounding. The fog was lifting. Dawn's first pale glow crept at the horizon. I started the engine. As I drove back toward town, I felt the weight of the shift, past, present, future, settling on my shoulders. The road was quiet, but I knew the echoes remained. Calls unanswered, voices waiting, promises made. I glanced at the recorder. The red light winked off. I opened the locket. Inside, the mother-of-pearl button and the faded photo. I closed it. Tomorrow, I'd return with a team. We'd search the well, the tunnel, the mill, the woods. We'd bring Sarah home. We'd bring her daughter home. And I'd stay, just as I promised. The graveyard shift never ends. I step off the cruiser into the void at exactly 200 hours. The air is brittle, tasting of damp asphalt and distant salt from the bay. Elmwood Drive is deserted. Storefronts shuttered, their windows dark, save for the occasional flicker of a dying neon sign somewhere down the block. My boots crunch on loose gravel in the empty lot beside the closed mechanic's garage. The old Marlowe place. Silent alarm tripped 20 minutes ago. No motion on camera, no heat signature. Just that insistent alert on my console. I check my gear without thinking. Flashlight, radio, sidearm, cuffs, muscle memory honed over 13 years on the night shift in Coastal County Sheriff's Department. Night work changes you. The world shrinks to the beam of your flashlight, to the space you can clear with one look, one step. The rest is darkness, and darkness carries its own weight. I push the garage door gently. It groans on rusty hinges and swings inward a few inches. I radio Salazar, my partner. "Code 2 entry at Marlowe. I'm in." His voice crackles back. "Copy that." Covering rear. I step through the gap, flashlight low, beam cutting a narrow path through thick blackness. The door closes behind me with a soft thud that somehow echoes like a gunshot. Inside, the air is stale. Oil drips somewhere in the back, each blip resonating in the cavernous bay. Hydraulic lifts stand idle like metal giants, their arms raised in silent menace. Toolboxes sit open, drawers half pulled, as if someone left in a hurry. Dust motes swirl in the flashlight beam. I move methodically, left flank, right flank, heels clicking on concrete cracked with age. A rat scurries under a workbench. I pause, heart picking up pace. Every sound magnifies in this place. The distant rattle of an overhead furnace, the soft drip of water, my own breathing. I follow the drip. It leads me to a shallow puddle, oil sheen, rainbow bright. On its edge, muddy footprints. size 10 tactical boots, mud consistent with the park across the street. Good sign I'm onto something. I bag the prints mentally and sweep upward. Rafters sag, shadows cling to corners. I catch sight of a torn sleeve, dark green camo pattern, snagged on a jagged piece of rebar. I kneel, tug it free. The fabric's damp. I stuff it into an evidence pouch. Whoever was here left in a hurry or didn't want to be found. A click echoes behind me. I spin, flashlight in hand on pistol. Nothing, just the door I entered, now still. My radio crackles. Sal, going around back. I exhale, stay sharp. I follow the footprints deeper, toward the office at the far end. The hallway narrows, the beam bounces off oil-stained walls. A toppled chair lies on its side. Papers flutter on the floor like dead leaves. I reach the office door, ajar. Red light seeps through the crack. Phone glow. I push the door gently. The desk is overturned, drawers emptied. The computer monitor lies face down, its screen cracked. On the floor, a shattered smartphone pulses its last glow. Notification icon blinking in the dark. Battery dead. I bag the shards. Behind me, the furnace rattles again, louder this time. I turn, empty bay, my pulse hammers. I close the office door and lean against it, breathing slow. In through nose, out through mouth. Control the fear. Don't let the night win. I radio Sal. Office clear. You copy. Static. No answer. He's either out of range or cut off. I tap the mic again. Nothing. I flick the radio to a patrol channel. Dead air. Communications severed. That's bad. On the graveyard shift, silence can be lethal. I step back into the bay. The darkness feels thicker, denser, as if watching. My flashlight beam quivers. I sweep the room. At the far corner, crates stacked floor to ceiling. The footprints end there. I crouch, examine the crate base. No prints, just scuff marks where someone slid out of sight. I slip between two stacks, boots brushing cardboard. Beyond is a small service door, cracked open. Faint light from outside seeps in. I push through and find myself in a narrow alley between the garage and a boarded-up convenience store. Moonlight glints off broken glass. I sweep the alley. No sign of Sal, no suspect. Just footprints trailing off toward the street. I step into the lot, radio clipped back. I call his name. My voice sounds foreign in the empty air. No answer. I sweep the main drive. Nothing but my own shadow. The warehouse door behind me yawns closed. I catch it with my flashlight, flick it back open. My reflection in a grimy window startles me. Hollow eyes, jaw tight. I look away. Back inside, I lean against the wall, plotting next move. K9 unit would track this in minutes, but they're 20 minutes out. I'm alone, heart thrumming. I check the time. 2:18, 8 hours until sunrise. The long, dark stretches ahead. A sudden clang, metal on metal from the back bay. I whip around, flashlight slicing the shadow. The hydraulic lift arm has swung, settling against a support beam. No breeze, no one near. My gut tightens. I approach the lift, hand on pistol. The beam catches fresh scratches on the beam, vertical like someone climbed down. I kneel, trace them with my finger. Climb marks. The suspect used the machinery to hide or escape. I stand and head back through the office, moving faster now. Each step echoes like thunder. The posters on the walls, old service menus, safety warnings seem to leer. I push into the bay and head for the front door. Radio still dead. I flick the door switch. Nothing. Power's out too. I hate the dark without backup lights. I slip my phone out, click on the flashlight app. The white LED is harsh but reliable. I sweep outside. Sal's cruiser sits idle, lights off. He must be around the corner. I jog to the rear exit, slam my hand on the door. It rattles but won't budge. Keypad above is dark, no power. I press a shoulder into it. The frame shudders. Finally it gives, and I spill out into the night. Sal rounds the corner, rifle raised. "Jesus, you ghosted," he hisses. Relief and anger mix in his tone. "What happened in there?" I tuck my pistol, rub my shoulder. Power's out, radio's dead. Something moved the lift arm, climbed down from rafters. I found camo sleeve. Prints. I hold up the evidence pouch. He shakes his head. "We clear the rest." I nod. We slip back inside together, moving as one. Back to back, flashlight and rifle beam cutting through black. Every shadow feels alive. We clear the office, the bay, the corner where the lift stands silent. Nothing else, no sign of suspect. We exit for good, board up the door, call in a follow-up report from the cruiser. The official line will read, "Alarm false, no suspect located, evidence collected, one torn camo sleeve, muddy prints." But I know better. The night keeps its secrets. We drive on, responding to the next call. A silent alarm at the closed gas station 2 blocks over. I watch the meter tick. 2:45. The darkness presses in through the windshield. I reach for the radio. Static again. Sal kills the engine. We step into the lot under the wavering canopy lights. Pumps stand like empty pillars. The keypad on the mini-mart door shows no sign of forced entry. I sweep the storefront. No footprints in the dust. Sal checks the back. I check the windows. Nothing. Then the overhead lights flicker off. Total black. Sal curses. I raise my phone light. We move in tight formation. A soft click from inside the store. Someone's there. "Police!" Sal shouts. The door rattles. We push in. Flashlight beams cross aisles of empty shelves. A shadow darts behind the counter. I sprint forward, heart slamming. The figure leaps through the back door. We follow, out into the parking lot, empty. The night swallows them. I pick up a scrap of paper on the pavement, a receipt from 3 days ago, time-stamped 1:02 a.m., dated March 14th. The suspect was here before. I bag it mentally. This isn't random, it's pattern. We climb back in. The cruiser is silent sanctuary. Sal lights a cigarette. Bright flare in the dark. I watch him inhale, the smoke drifting. "You ever get used to this?" he asks quietly. I shake my head. You learn to expect nothing. That way, every little thing feels like warning. He nods, taps ash. Next call, disturbance at Maple, someone screaming. I close my eyes for a moment. Picture that dark warehouse, the climb marks, the phone glow. "Let's go," I say. We roll toward Maple Street. The radio crackles to life with the dispatcher's next run. Routine, unaware of what we've seen. The night extends before us, endless and hungry. On the graveyard shift, dawn is just a promise. And promises in the dark are fragile things. I kill the engine and step into the street at 2:55 hours. The maple trees along Elmwood Drive sway in a chill wind that wasn't there a moment ago. Leaves rustle like distant whispers. Salazar lingers by the passenger door, cigarette embers glowing in the dark. He tucks it out and nods toward the boarded-up garage. "No sign of squatters," he says quietly, but I can't shake that feeling. I pull my jacket tighter. Yeah. My breath puffs white. We move off the sidewalk and into the lot where the silent alarm gas station sits under its dead neon canopy. The receipt in my pocket feels like a clue burning through my coat. March 14th, 1:02 a.m., 3 days ago. Same time window, same place, same uneasy energy. We sweep the perimeter. I check every pump island, every shadow beneath the awning. Salazar tests the mini-mart door, still locked. He jiggles the handle, it holds. No footprints in the dust, no smear on glass, nothing. The world is still, too still. I advance on the dark storefront, flashlight low, beam trembling. The windows reflect me back, grim, determined. I press my palm to the glass. Cold. Then I hear it. A soft click from the roof above the storage room. Someone up there. I look at Salazar. He's already moving. We circle to the rear entrance. The door is solid steel, no windows. I shoulder it, gives slightly, then holds. I knock. Police, open up. Nothing. I ram it. It shudders but doesn't yield. Salazar finds the padlock. It's intact. Whoever's inside didn't bother with this door. They left through the roof hatch. I step back into the lot, eyes on the canopy. The underside of the station's roof, service catwalk high above, is just visible. I raise my flashlight. Beam falls on a metal hatch hinge. Fresh scratches scar the metal. Someone climbed down. I bag the hatch hinge for prints. Again, evidence of presence, yet no suspect. Night shift ghosts. We climb back in the cruiser. Wheels squeak on pavement. I dial dispatch on my cell. Backup request, K9 unit to gas station roof, check for entry. ETA 5 minutes. I kill the call and look at Salazar. We're missing something, I say. He nods. Patterns clear, warehouse, garage, gas station, all at roughly the same hour. All silent alarms or calls with no suspect found. Someone leading us on a chase through empty buildings. I tap the receipt in my pocket. And phone. They want us to find their trail, but by the time we arrive, they vanish. Salazar starts the cruiser. Next stop, Maple Street screaming, let's move. A single street lamp flickers over a modest bungalow, curtains drawn, no movement. The dispatcher's voice. Resident reports hearing a woman screaming. No description of suspect. Unit 7 and 8 en route. I park halfway down the block. Salazar kills the engine. We step into a hush so complete it presses on your eardrums. I lift my hand, shh, and listen. Nothing but my pulse throbbing in my temples. Then, a faint, strangled cry from inside the house. Distinctly female. Fear laced in every note. I draw my flashlight and pistol. Salazar covers my 6. We approach the front porch. Wooden boards creak underfoot. I catch the door jam. Splintered wood, fresh. Someone forced entry and left in haste, or someone inside tried to keep us out. I knock. Police, open up. No response. I push. It swings inward. We enter single file. Living room is empty. Couch cushions overturned, picture frames askew. The glow of my beam falls on a toppled lamp, its shade torn. Dust drifts in the air like motes of ash. I step carefully, scanning. Clear, Salazar whispers. We move through the hallway, carpet stained, footprints tracked in mud. They lead to the kitchen. I step in, floor slick with spilled liquid. I crouch, wine, old, but mixed in is fresh, smell of motor oil. Someone was here, bringing garage with them. The cry comes again, muffled, from upstairs. We exchange a look. I ascend the stairs, each step groaning. At the top, a narrow corridor, doors on either side. The scream from the last door on the right. I kick it open. The bedroom is empty, but the closet door stands ajar. A woman's shoe lies on the floor, one heel broken. I shine the light inside. Clothes hang neatly, except one gap where something was removed. The back wall is scratched, long, vertical gouges. Someone clawed their way in or out. Suddenly, the door slams behind me. I spin. Flashlight beam catches Salazar's silhouette in the doorway. He's motioning. Come on. We clear the room, then the hall. No sign of victim or suspect. The broken heel is the only trace. We sweep the rest of the house. Basement, Attic, nothing. No woman, no attacker, just our own echoes. Back on the porch, I check my watch, 3:20. Another 20 minutes gone, another scene with no resolution. The pattern holds. I radio it in. Maple Street clear. No persons located. Evidence: one woman's shoe heel, muddy prints, closet gouges. Dispatcher responds. Copy that, Unit 7. Next call, noise complaint at Pine and 5th. Salazar opens the cruiser door. I slide in. He stares at me. You okay? I rest my head against the seat. I don't know, I admit. Feels like we're dancing with a ghost. He lights another cigarette. Ghosts winning. We roll toward Pine and 5th. The neon of a 24-hour diner bleeds into the night. Inside, a lone cook wipes counters. No noise, no chaos, just the dull scrape of rag on formica. He shrugs when we ask. Heard shouting, looked like a kid messing around. Gone by the time I checked. We step back outside. I shine my light down the alley beside the diner. Trash cans tipped over, rats scattering. Nothing else. The night pressurized me at every turn. Now it sighs emptily. I sense something behind me. Spin, beam across empty street. No one. Salazar sighs. Ghost dance again. I scoop my flashlight. Last call? He checks his watch. 4:05, then routine patrol until shift end. I nod. Let's finish. We head back toward the garage one more time. Something pulls me there, a need to close the loop. The boarded door gapes under the flickering street lamp. I step to the boards and press my palm. Cold wood. I glance at Salazar. He doesn't question. He's as invested as I am. I kneel and press my ear to a gap between boards. Faint scuffing from inside. Someone, or something, moves. My heart slams. I radio K9 again. Unit 7, suspect may still be inside Marlowe Garage. K9 entry authorized. Within minutes, I hear the bay door roll open. The dog's barks echo. Salazar and I move in, lights and weapons ready. The K9 charges ahead, nose to the ground. I follow, breath tight. Inside, dog sniffs around the ramp. Then, silence. The K9 stops, raises hackles, stares at the lift arm. I shine light, fresh mud on the arm's hinge. The dog whines and scratches at the crate stacks. Behind them, a sliver of space, just big enough to crawl through. I unclip my cuffs, duck under the crates. The beam catches a shape huddled in the corner. A man, gaunt, eyes wide. He's rocking, murmuring to himself. Camo jacket, muddy boots, the very prints and sleeve. I step forward. He looks up. Hollow eyes, lips moving. You came back. I draw him out carefully, cuff his hands. Salazar cuffs his feet. The man doesn't resist. He only rocks, whispering about following, about leading us on. He thought it was a game. I radio it in. Suspect in custody. Warehouse ghost was real. He stands, swaying. I shine my light on his face. Dirt streaked, eyes empty. Why? I ask. He whispers, I wanted someone to see. I frown. See what? He points at the lift arm, at the hatch hinge, at the office door. The darkness. He smiles, sad and mad. It's alive. I glance at Salazar. He shakes his head. We escort the man out. The K9 sniffs him, then settles. Outside, I breathe deeply. The night air never felt so cold. I lock the suspect in the cruiser. He watches me with that ghostly gaze. I wonder what he's seen. I climb in beside Salazar. You think he's telling the truth. Salazar lights his last cigarette. Doesn't matter. We found him. I look at the warehouse one last time. Boarded, silent, already reclaiming its secrets. My watch reads 4:45. Dawn, still 2 hours off. I start the engine. The radio crackles back to life as if relieved. Routine calls resume. I ease the cruiser's headlights off Elmwood Drive and onto Cedar Avenue at 04:45 hours. The world beyond the windshield is drained of life. Only the amber glow of a solitary street lamp marking my path. Salazar's silhouette is rigid beside me. He's scanning each yard as if expecting the shadows themselves to step forward and speak. I kill the engine, and we step into the hush. The house at 312 Cedar is an aging bungalow with peeling paint and a sagging porch. A flickering hall light reveals a woman's silhouette behind the curtain. She steps onto the stoop, face pale, eyes wide. Behind her, the front door hangs open. I nod to Salazar and raise my flashlight, beam steady. "Ma'am, I'm Deputy Carter. This is Deputy Salazar. We got your call. Are you okay?" She swallows, voice trembling. I heard footsteps in the hall, a man's voice whispering my name. Her gaze darts past us into the dark interior. He left this. She holds out a scrap of paper. On it, in spidery handwriting, "Thank you for coming back." My chest tightens. That phrase, his whisper in the warehouse, his murmur under the garage's rafters. He's taunting us, leaving breadcrumbs. I fold the note into an evidence bag without comment. Salazar shines his light inside. The living room is neat. Couch, coffee table, family photos. Not a footprint, not a sign of forced entry beyond the broken jamb on the door. I move in, boots soft on carpet. Every fiber seems to bristle with expectation. I sweep the flashlight over the walls. Wallpaper peeling in one corner, revealing plaster scratched with thin gouges. Too fine to be animals, too random for wiring work. I crouch, trace them with a gloved finger. They lead toward the hallway. "Sal," I murmur. He joins me. We exchange a look, clear the rest. He nods. Quiet as ghosts, we slip down the corridor. The woman's heel lies near the bathroom. Same broken stiletto from Maple Street. I bag it. My heart hammers. Same suspect, same M.O. He's recreating scenes, shuffling us through his ritual. Every silent alarm, every scream that goes unanswered, his footprint in each tableau. At the end of the hall, a door stands closed. The woman's bedroom. I push it open with my shoulder. The beam cuts across rumpled sheets. A toppled nightstand, a lamp shattered on the floor. Glass glitters like malevolent stars. I step over it, scanning. No one here now, only the echo of panic. Then, a soft thump from the closet. My pulse spikes. I draw my pistol and click on my flashlight, aiming at the closet door. Salazar sweeps in behind me. I count 1, 2, 3 seconds, then kick. The door crashes inward, empty. But the back wall is scored with scratches, deep, frantic, as if someone clawed at it to escape. I crouch and shine the light through the gap behind the hanging clothes. A narrow void, just big enough to crawl through. I glance at Salazar. He nods. I slip inside, heart lodged in my throat. The beam illuminates a small crawl space. Dusty, claustrophobic. Footprints in the dust lead out through a vent. I follow, dragging my jacket sleeve along the floor. The vent grill is loose, pried from the inside. I slip through and drop into the attic. Boards creak underfoot. Insulation chills my ankles. The roof rafters loom like ribs overhead. I sweep the beam and catch movement. At the far end, a figure hunched, rocking. Camo jacket, muddy boots. The same hollow-eyed man from the garage. He looks up, lips parting in a sad smile. "Officer Carter," he says, voice soft, distant. "You found me." My hand tightens on the pistol. "Why are you doing this?" He tilts his head, expression mournful. "I needed someone to follow, someone to witness." He pats the floor beside him. "Sit." I step closer, heart slamming. Salazar joins me at the attic entrance, rifle trained. The man doesn't resist. He stands slowly, dust falling from his jacket. "You see how the night moves," he whispers. "It's alive. It breathes. It remembers." I keep the beam on him. "You scared those people. You broke into their homes." He shakes his head. "I only opened doors they couldn't see. I showed them the darkness inside themselves." Salazar steps forward. "You're coming with us." He holds up a hand. "Before you take me, look." He points at the roof's peak. The moonlight slices through a gap in the shingles. Beyond, the town sleeps. But in that sliver of sky, I see clouds racing, shadows shifting faster than wind should allow. My skin pricks. He smiles. "They're waiting." I step back, uneasy. "We're leaving." He shrugs. "Fine, but the darkness stays." We cuff him and lead him down. Each step feels heavier, as if the house itself mourns his departure. The woman watches from the doorway, tears tracking down her cheeks. I avoid her eyes, can't offer comfort when I feel hollow too. Outside, the K9 unit arrives. The dog sniffs the suspect, then looks at me, head tilt. It barks once, soft, an acknowledgement. We load him into the cruiser. I bag the attic dust sample, the closet vent grill, the broken heel. Evidence for the file. But I know the real evidence is the hollow look in his eyes, the invitation to keep chasing ghosts. Salazar and I climb in. I start the engine. The dashboard clock reads 5:10. Dawn still an hour away. I radio dispatch. Unit 7 transporting suspect to county. Scene clear. The radio crackles routine calls. I flick the siren mute. The night's performance is over, but its applause lingers in my veins. I glance at Salazar. He's staring out the window, jaw clenched. "Think we stop him?" he asks softly. I swallow. "I don't know." He showed us parts of the night we can't unsee. We pull away. Behind us, the bungalow's porch light winks off. The world resumes its sleep, but I know some doors never close. In my mirror, I catch movement in the sky. Clouds parting over the warehouse, over Cedar Avenue, over every silent street we walked. The darkness drifts on, unguided, and I realize we didn't catch the ghost. We only followed its invitation. The cruiser hums toward the station. The suspect sleeps in the back, shackled, but peaceful, as if relieved. I wonder what dreams the darkness brings him now. We turn onto the highway. The first pale light of dawn presses at the horizon, fragile as a promise. I lean back, exhaustion and adrenaline tangled in my bones. The night shift is almost over. Tomorrow, I'll write my report. I'll note the evidence, the timeline, the suspect's statements. But in the margins, I'll write one line. The darkness is alive, and it remembers. Because some truths aren't meant to be filed away. They follow you home. I kill the engine at the station. Salazar and I step into the garage. Our boots echo on the concrete. The fluorescent lights buzz. Day reclaims the world. I take off my vest, unclip my radio, and hang them on the peg. The suspect's file sits on my desk, open. I stare at it. Then I close it. Outside, the sun bleeds orange across the sky. The graveyard shift is over, but the darkness, it never quits. I walk toward the locker room, shoulders heavy. Behind me, the station's windows glow. Inside, deputies stir, starting their day. I push through the door, and in the back of my mind, I hear it, the soft rasp of that man's voice, whispering one last time. "Thank you for coming back." I park the cruiser outside the station at 5:45, heart still hammering from the attic encounter. Salazar kills the engine. We sit in silence for a long beat. Only the engine's residual hum and the distant clatter of the city waking up. Finally, I exhale. That was 6 hours of chase, I say. 6 scenes. 6 invitations. He nods, eyes on the dashboard clock. And he led us through everyone. I step out into the pale pre-dawn light. The station's overhead door rumbles as it closes behind me. My boots echo on concrete. I glance back at Salazar. He's gathering evidence bags from the back seat, the camo sleeve, the broken heel, the attic dust sample, the hatch hinge. All tagged, logged, ready for the file. But I know the real file lives inside my head. The pattern he wove: warehouse, garage, gas station, Maple Street home, diner, bungalow. Each scene a mirror, each silent alarm a summons. And always he vanished before we arrived, until we finally cornered him in the attic. I brush past the holding cell where he sits cuffed, head bowed. The guard gives me a nod. I step into the locker room. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead. I peel off my vest, unclip my radio, hang them up. My uniform feels heavy. In the mirror, I catch my reflection. Eyes rimmed red, jaw clenched. The night shift ages you in ways daylight can't heal. I run a hand through my hair. The echo of his whisper still coils in my mind. The darkness is alive, and it remembers. I change into blues, lock my gear away. On the bench lies the suspect's file. I open it, booking photo, fingerprints, statements. I read his words. I wanted someone to see. The darkness inside themselves. I close the file. Officially, the case will be closed. Trespass, burglary, disturbing the peace. He'll go to psych evaluation. They'll medicate him, maybe lock him away. But I don't believe the darkness stays locked. I step into the briefing room where deputies gather for shift change. Day crews shuffle in, blinking against the overhead glare. I catch the captain's eye. He nods. I give a quick rundown. Evidence collected, suspect in custody, pattern broken, for now. He listens, face unreadable. "Good work," he says. "Get some rest." I nod and exit. Outside, the street is brightening, the horizon awash of pale gold. I walk to my cruiser. Salazar slides in beside me, exhausted grin on his face. "Coffee?" he asks. I start the engine. Make it black. We roll toward the diner on 5th, our ritual end-of-shift stop. The cook greets us with sleepy nods. We sit in the booth under fluorescent warmth, 2 black coffees steaming between us. Salazar sips, sighs. "Think he sleeps soundly?" I stir mine. He thinks he won. He led us where he wanted. He glances at the door. "Do you?" I look at the empty seat across from me. The early patrons trickle in. Mail carriers, truck drivers, the first shift of the world. They look at us like we're ghosts. I take a slow sip, bitter warmth. I don't know, I admit, but I know we saw what he wanted us to see. The dark corners of this town, and maybe the dark corners of ourselves. He nods. And tomorrow night? I set down the cup. The rim clinks. Outside the window, headlights carve the street. Tomorrow night, I say, voice low, we go back out. Because someone has to. Salazar raises his cup. To the graveyard shift, I clink my cup against his. To the darkness that remembers. We finish our coffee. The diner's bell chimes as we push out into the morning. The world is waking. We head back to the station to file our final reports. But in my pocket is that scrap of paper from Cedar Avenue. Thank you for coming back. I fold it carefully and slide it into my notebook. Some things don't belong in evidence lockers. They belong in reminders. I glance at the rearview mirror. The suspect's cruiser sits empty now. He's been moved to intake. The seatbelt hangs slack. For a moment, I expect to see him there, watching me with hollow eyes. But the seat is empty, only the dawn fills the glass. I start the cruiser and pull onto the street. The station fades behind me. Ahead, the boulevard stretches, dappled in morning light. And somewhere beyond, the next silent alarm will trip. The next call will come. The darkness will stir and wait, because it remembers. And so do we. I kill the engine and sit for a long moment in the hush that follows. The cruiser's idling lights throwing pale rectangles onto the cracked asphalt. My breath fogs the window as I lean forward, elbows on the steering wheel, listening to the radio's quiet static. It's 2:02 a.m., and the world beyond this lone streetlight is nothing but darkness. I can feel the weight of the graveyard shift settle on my shoulders. Every creak of the chassis, every distant rumble of tires on gravel feels amplified in the night. I was dispatched here 20 minutes ago for a suspicious vehicle call. A neighbor reported an unmarked sedan parked halfway onto the curb outside an abandoned strip mall. The windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see inside at first. No plates, no lights, just a silhouette hunched behind the wheel. I thought I'd find a teenager trying to nap in peace, or some runaway using it as a makeshift shelter. Instead, I found that silence can be heavier than any sound. I step out into the chill. The air tastes of oil and distant rain. Storms passed through hours ago, but the puddles cling to the potholes like tarnished mirrors. My boots crunch on the scattered gravel. I'd taken this same walk a dozen times on this beat, but tonight every shard of broken glass, every jagged edge of concrete feels freshly sinister. The strip mall's windows gape like empty eye sockets, doors chained and padlocked. A faded sign swings in the slight breeze, squeaking a hollow warning. No trespassing. I circle the sedan, hand on my service pistol. No movement. The tint is so dark that the interior is pure shadow. But then I catch something. A thin plume of vapor drifting from the passenger side mirror, like breath in the cold. My pulse jumps. I crouch, press my flashlight against the glass. The beam shards across the interior. A dashboard radio, a half-empty coffee cup, and on the passenger seat. A child's sneaker, bright pink, scuffed at the toe. My radio crackles. Unit 12, back up on scene? My voice sounds steadier than I feel. The dispatcher responds with a sleepy, "Copy that," and I realize how alone I am. I tap on the window. "Police, let me see your hands." No answer. I rap louder. The sneaker shifts. My heart hammers. I pry the door handle. It's unlocked. The door swings open with a groan. Inside, the scent of perfume and oil mingles with something sour. Fear, maybe, or sweat. I shine the light across the back seat. Empty. Then I spot the floorboard. Muddy footprint. Small, like a child's. They lead away from the seat and vanish under a dark blanket of debris on the passenger floor. I step back out, radio pressed to my ear. I found signs someone was here. Footprints, a sneaker. ETA 2 minutes, comes the reply. I wish they were already here. I sweep the light toward the mall entrance. In the reflection of the shattered glass, I think I see movement. Just a flicker, a figure ducking behind a column. I grip my flashlight tighter, chest constricting. I advance toward the entrance, every muscle coiled. The neon exit sign buzzes overhead, casting sickly green light. The air inside is colder, thick with dust motes that drift like lazy ghosts. My footsteps echo. I call out, "Police! Anyone in here?" My voice sounds absurdly loud. The mall answers with silence. Then the distant click of heels on tile. I freeze. The sound comes again, rhythmic, deliberate, moving deeper into the darkness. I follow, beam cutting through black. Stores long shuttered. Mannequins with blank faces stare as I pass. In one window, the reflection of my own face startles me. Pale, drawn, eyes wide. I swallow. The footsteps stop. I step into a corridor. At the far end, a door cracked open, light spilling from beneath. I approach. The door leads to a back office. Old desks, filing cabinets rusted at the edges. On one desk, scribbled in dust, "Help me." Letters uneven, frantic. Beneath, muddy handprints mar the wood. My gut twists. I lift my eyes to the ceiling, where a single fluorescent tube flickers, buzzing like a hornet. Then it dies, and the room plunges into darkness. I fumble for my radio. I need lights. Power's out in the building. "Working it," the dispatcher replies. The overhead emergency lights kick in, dim and orange, revealing the room in harsh relief. The help me is gone, wiped clean. My heart thuds. I turn slowly. Behind me, the door is shut. No footprints lead away. It's spotless, as if no one was ever here. My breathing accelerates. I check the hallway, no sign of the exit door I just came through. The corridor stretches, unbroken, rows of storefronts on either side. I'm certain I walked straight. Now I'm disoriented. This place feels like a labyrinth. I tap my flashlight twice against my palm. I can do this. I'm a cop. I find doors. I find answers. I step forward. Every step echoes. Then I hear it, soft sobbing like a child's from somewhere ahead. My radio crackles with static. The sobbing stops. I sweep the beam left and right. Nothing. Then, in the beam's periphery, a flash of pink, the same shade as the sneaker. I lunge toward it, but the light hits empty air. Behind me, the door I entered is gone, just a solid wall. Panic spikes. My pulse pounds in my ears. I whip around. The sobbing resumes just behind the wall, low and sorrowful. It drifts through the concrete, impossible. I press my palm to the wall. It's cold, damp. I can hear muffled breathing. I draw my pistol. "Come out with your hands up." My voice cracks. No answer. The sobbing grows fainter, then stops. Silence crushes me anew. I back away, every instinct screaming to run. But I need to know who's here. I take a tentative step forward, and the wall dissolves into a corridor I haven't seen before. I hesitate at the threshold. The corridor is narrower, ceiling lower, smell of mildew thick. At the far end, a faint glow, like moonlight through bars. I slip inside. The door slams shut behind me. I spin, flashlight beam dancing wildly, pistol raised. The sobbing echoes once more, then a whisper, "Help me." My throat goes dry. I step toward the light. The corridor ends at a service gate. Chain-link fence padlocked. Beyond it, I see the sedan silhouette under the streetlight. Relief and dread wash through me. I'm so close. I test the fence, sturdy. I reach for my radio. It dies, no signal. I jam the button. Nothing. I glance back. The corridor has stretched. The fence is farther than before. My reflection in the mesh looks gaunt, frightened. I yank on the gate. It won't budge. Behind me, the whisper comes again, urgent. "Please." I spin, heart in my throat. The corridor's empty, yet I know something is there. I step back to the fence, and the mesh ripples, as if something brushed against it from the other side. My flashlight flickers, then goes out. Darkness. Silence. Except for my own ragged breathing. I fumble for the light switch on my belt. The glow returns. Footprints, small, muddy, led away from the fence back into the corridor. I swallow and step forward, each footfall sounding like a gunshot in the void. As I follow, I realize I haven't heard the radio in minutes. No backup is coming until I exit. Whatever's here, it's playing by its own rules, and I'm trapped inside its maze. A door looms ahead, half open. Pale light seeps through. I push it and find myself back at the cruiser, engine still idling, world exactly as I left it. The sneaker lies on the hood, and the mall behind me is nothing but boarded storefronts. No corridor, no fence, no whisper. I lean on the horn. The echo rolls across the empty asphalt. There's no answer. My radio crackles once. Static, and then silence. I know I should call this in. I know I should get backup. But part of me wonders if I want to know what's really out there, waiting. I slide from the driver's seat, every muscle trembling as I plant my feet on the asphalt. The sneaker on the hood gleams unnaturally in the pale beam of the streetlight. Its laces untied, mud dried into the fabric. I hesitate, hand hovering over the door handle, mind reeling from the impossible loop I just walked through. The strip mall behind me is silent, lifeless, as though the world never shifted beneath my boots. But I know it did. My backup is still 10 minutes out. I can't stay here, not with whatever toyed with me in that corridor. I snatch the sneaker, tuck it into my jacket, and circle the cruiser. The passenger door swings open without complaint. I climb in, slam the door, and lock it. I need to think. The engine hums. I glance at the clock. 2:27 a.m. 7 minutes have passed since I first stepped onto this lot. In my gut, it feels like hours. I flip on the overhead lights. Red and blue paint the empty asphalt in harsh staccato bursts. I reach for the radio. Unit 12 to dispatch. Situation update. Static. Dispatch, do you copy? Nothing but hiss. I slam the radio mic down. The console screen blinks. NOSIGNAL. My patrol car, my lifeline, has gone dark. Heart pounding, I pop the trunk. The latch clicks open, revealing standard gear. Traffic cones, flares, a first aid kit, my rifle locked in its mount. I grab the rifle, chamber around, and close the trunk. I step into the washed-out glow of the headlights. The mall's facade gapes like a wound. I force myself forward, rifle at ready, each footstep swallowed by the night. The front doors are still chained, but the padlock dangles open. I didn't leave it that way. Inside, the fluorescent bulbs are dead. The only light is the weak glow spilling from the broken exit sign over the back door. I lift my rifle's flashlight attachment. The beam cuts a swath through the gloom, illuminating floating dust motes like tiny specters. I move down the main corridor. Every storefront is shuttered, glass splintered. The air is stale, every breath tasting of rust and rot. I follow the same path I took before, or at least I think it's the same. The corridor splits ahead. To the left, the tile is cracked, debris piled high. To the right, the floor is cleaner, footprints fresh in the grime. I choose right, tracking the prints. They lead to the office door, only now the dust message is different. Scrawled in hurried strokes, "Don't trust the light." Underneath, a child-sized handprint, smeared and dark. My pulse ratchets higher. I press my palm to the wood. It vibrates faintly like a pulse. A whisper skitters down the corridor behind me. "Help me." I spin, rifle raised. The hall is empty, the exit sign flickering. The whisper comes again, closer. "Please." I step back, boot heels clacking on tile. The words echo off the walls. Then a sound like a child giggling, soft, hollow, and utterly wrong. It bounces from every direction at once. I whirl, shining the beam into every storefront. The mannequins stare blankly. Then, in one window, I glimpse movement. A small shape darting out of sight. I break into a run, rifle held tight. The corridor stretches impossibly long before me. At the end, a door stands slightly ajar, pale light pooling on the floor beyond. I fling it open and stumble into a maintenance closet. Shelves of cleaning supplies, mops, buckets. The light is harsh, white, fluorescent. The door slams shut behind me. I whirl, shoulder ramming against wood. It doesn't budge. My flashlight flickers. I press the switch on my belt. Steady glow returns. I'm alone in the closet, rifle trembling in my hands. Then I see it, scrawled on the back wall in grime. "You're next." A scream rips from my throat, but it dies in my chest. I pound on the door. "Open this now!" No answer. The sobbing begins again, right outside the door, soft, agonized. The handle rattles. I back away, heart in my throat. The sobbing grows into a wail, then cuts off abruptly. Silence. I lean close to the door, ear against the wood. My own breathing is thunder in my ears. The hinge squeaks, slowly, deliberately, as if someone is tightening it from the other side. Then a small voice right at my ear. "Don't leave me." I stagger back, rifle up, and fire a warning shot at the door. The bullet thuds into the wood, splinters rain. The voice cries out, a child's scream, and then all is still. Minutes pass. The maintenance closet is deathly quiet. I press myself against the wall, sliding down until I sit on the floor, rifle across my lap. My mind races. Call for backup. But the radio is dead. Run? But into what? The mall seems alive now, hungry. The door rattles again. I spring up, shoulder against the handle, and heave. It opens inward, and I spill into the corridor, rifle swinging up. The hall is empty. Footprints trailing away toward the service gate I saw before. I follow. At the fence, the padlock is lying on the floor, broken. The chain link sags. Beyond, the sedan waits under the streetlight, exactly where it should be. Relief surges. I step through. The fence snaps shut behind me. I try the gate, locked. I pound on it. The sedan's lights flicker, then go dark. I raise my rifle. Something moves in the driver's seat, a flash of pink, the sneaker. I step closer. The window is fogged. I press my palm to the glass. On the other side, a small handprint appears, as if pressed from within. My breath catches. I wipe the glass. The seat is empty, a soft giggle behind me. I whirl. The corridor, gone. In its place, the open lot, the lone streetlight, the silent mall. But now the night sky is wrong. The moon is full, high and bright, though earlier it had been hidden behind clouds. Shadows stretch toward me, long and unnatural. I turn back to the cruiser. The driver's door is open. Inside, the radio crackles to life. "Unit 12, where are you?" "Backup's here." I exhale shakily. "I'm outside the mall. Send..." The transmission cuts off as the radio explodes into static. Then silence again. I move around the hood. The sneaker is gone. In its place, muddy footprints lead into the darkness away from the mall. My training screams to pursue, but something deeper holds me back. The footprints vanish at the edge of the light, swallowed by black. I raise my rifle, heart hammering, mind screaming. I take a step forward, and the world tilts. The streetlight flickers out. Darkness. And then a whisper in my ear, "You came back." I spin. No one. I sprint to the cruiser, slam inside, lock the doors. The engine roars to life. I peel out, tires spitting gravel. As I pass the mall, I glance in the rearview mirror. In the windshield's reflection, a small figure stands in the doorway, watching. I don't stop until the station lights come into view. I burst inside, rifle raised, voice raw. Lock it down. Nobody goes near that mall again. They stare at me, wide-eyed. I point back the way I came. There's something in there, something that doesn't belong, and it almost got me. They nod, urgency flaring. Radios crackle, boots pound, floodlights swing onto the lot. But when I look back, the mall is quiet, ordinary, as if nothing happened. Yet I know better. Tonight, the graveyard shift claimed another soul, and I'm not sure I escaped. I press my shoulder into the cruiser's door and force myself to step back toward the mall, even though every instinct screams to flee. The floodlights we summoned carve the lot into stark pools of white, but the building's facade remains a yawning black maw. My boots crunch on gravel as I advance, rifle raised, flanked by 2 backup officers. Their flashlights slice through the dark. Every beam shakes slightly, betraying their nerves. We fan out. I lead, heart hammering so loud I can't hear anything else. The mall's front doors stand chained. Padlock snapped, just as I left it. Officer Ramirez crouches beside me. "You sure about this, boss?" she whispers. I nod. Stay close. Inside, the air is colder. The emergency lights we triggered earlier hum weakly, casting long, jittering shadows. The corridor seems longer now, storefronts stretching into darkness. Footprints, my footprints, crisscross the tile, mingled with smaller prints. They vanish near the office door. I motion Ramirez forward. She sweeps her light across the door. The "Help Me" message has reappeared, scrawled in fresh dust. Underneath, new letters. "Don't leave." Ramirez swallows. That wasn't here before. I press my palm to the door. The wood is warm, odd in this chill. "We clear?" I ask. She nods, flashlight trembling. I kick the door open. The office is empty. The emergency light flickers. Filing cabinets stand open, papers strewn. On the floor, footprints lead into a back wall, where no door existed. I step closer. The wall ripples like oil on water. Ramirez gasps. I push through. We tumble into the narrow corridor, part 3 of this nightmare. The gate is gone. In its place, an endless hallway of cracked concrete and rusted pipes. The air reeks of mildew. My radio is dead. Ramirez's light flickers out. She curses, shakes it, beam returns. Behind us, the entry point has vanished, replaced by solid wall. We press on. The sobbing begins, low, mournful, echoing. We follow it, boots sloshing through shallow water pooling on the floor. The corridor slopes downward. The temperature drops. Our breaths fog in the beam. Pipes overhead drip in irregular rhythm, like a dying heartbeat. A door appears, half buried in rubble. I shove it open, revealing a child-sized jacket hanging on a hook, the same pink hue as the sneaker. Ramirez shines her light on it. No child, but their clothes? Her voice trembles. I nod, heart in my throat. Footprints circle the jacket, then lead into darkness. We follow. The corridor branches. To the left, the sobbing louder. To the right, a dim glow. I choose left. Ramirez hesitates, then follows. Each step, the sobbing stops and resumes ahead. We round a corner, empty. The sound shifts behind us. We spin, nothing. Then, at the far end, a sliver of moonlight through bars. I approach. It's the service gate. The padlock hangs intact. I try the handle. It's locked. Ramirez steps forward, pressing her face to the chain link. "They're in there," she whispers. I glance back. The corridor has stretched again. I lean close to the gate. A small handprint appears on the other side. I catch my breath. "Hold on," I murmur. I lift my rifle, brace against the fence, and fire twice at the lock. The padlock shatters. We slip through. Beyond is the lot, but wrong. The cruiser sits overturned, lights smashed. The mall facade is charred, windows dark. The streetlight above is bent, flickering. Ramirez stumbles back. It's changed. I step forward. The lot's surface is cracked, weeds sprouting. The air hums with static. I raise my rifle, every instinct taut. Then I see it. The sneaker, on the ground near the mall entrance, muddy and worn. I pick it up. Inside, scrawled in ink, "You're mine." A scream echoes from inside the mall. Ramirez and I exchange a look. We run to the doors. They burst open as we approach. Inside, the corridor is alight with emergency lamps, blood-red glow. Footprints lead away into the gloom. Ramirez's radio crackles, backup calling, but their voices are distant, warped. I step into the corridor. The walls are lined with faces, photographs pinned in dusty frames, missing persons, children, parents, officers. Their eyes follow me. Ramirez gasps. I shine my light. Each photo is stamped with a date. Years, decades, then a question mark. At the end of the row, a photo of me, taken that night, time-stamped 2:25 a.m. My blood runs cold. I tear the photo down. It's blank on the back. The sobbing wells up behind me. I whirl. Ramirez is gone. Footsteps. Mine echo. I run forward, heart in my throat. The corridor opens into a vast chamber. The sedan at its center, headlights on, illuminating a circle of mannequins wearing children's clothing. Their faces are featureless. In the driver's seat sits a small figure, head bowed. I step closer. "Hey," my voice cracks. The figure looks up. Empty eye sockets, mouth stretched in silent scream. The sneaker sits on the seat next to it. I lift my rifle, but can't shoot. The figure stands, tilting its head. The mannequins sway inward, surrounding me. The sobbing crescendos. I close my eyes, squeeze the trigger, but the rifle clicks empty. When I open my eyes, I'm outside again. Dawn light seeps over the horizon. The mall is silent, untouched. Ramirez's cruiser idles at the edge. She sits behind the wheel, staring at me. I hold up the sneaker. She shakes her head. No one else came through. I swallow. We need to leave now. As we drive away, I glance in the rearview mirror. The mall stands bathed in sunrise. Ordinary, benign. But I know the truth. Beneath its surface lies a shifting labyrinth, hungry and patient, claiming those who wander its halls. And I still carry its token, a child's sneaker, proof that the graveyard shift never truly ends. I don't remember climbing out of the cruiser, but I'm standing in the lot again, rifle slack in my hands, dawn's pale light washing the asphalt in gray. Ramirez sits inside her car, door open, staring at the mall as if she expects it to leap to life. I tuck the sneaker into my pocket, its muddy fabric cold against my palm. Behind me, the mall's front door is grown open. The chains lie shattered on the ground. I exchange a look with Ramirez. She nods once and we step forward together. Inside, the emergency lights have snapped back to normal white. The corridor is clean. No debris, no footprints, no photographs on the walls. It's as if nothing happened, but my senses scream otherwise. We move cautiously. My rifle's flashlight dances across the tile. Stores stand empty, mannequins intact. I pause at the office door. Ramirez holds back. I press my palm to the wood. It's smooth, unmarked. No, help me. No, don't trust the light. I push it open. The office is deserted, filing cabinets closed, dust undisturbed. I shine my light into every corner. Nothing. Ramirez steps in behind me. She runs a hand along the desk. It's all gone. I step back into the corridor. The far end stretches into brightness, sunlight pouring through the exit. Relief surges. I start toward it. Ramirez at my side. Footsteps echo behind us. We whirl, but the corridor's empty. The exit glows. We move faster. The doors are within reach, then the lights flicker and die. Darkness swallows us. Ramirez's gasp echoes. I slam into her, rifle raised. The world is silent, but for our breathing. A soft laugh, childlike and distant, ripples through the dark. I freeze. Ramirez whispers, "No." A beam of sunlight bursts back to life at the corridor's end. In that brief flash, I see them, silhouettes of children standing just beyond the doors, their heads tilted, watching. When the light fully returns, they vanish. We reach the doors and throw them open. Outside, the lot bakes in morning sun. No sign of the children. Ramirez stumbles out and I follow. We stand in the light, panting. Behind us, the mall doors swing shut, on their own. We watch until they click locked. The padlock hangs intact. I pull the sneaker from my pocket. It's cleaner. Mud washed away, fabric bright. No scuffs, no sign it was ever worn. I stare at it, heart pounding. Ramirez touches my arm. We need to report this. Her voice is unsteady. They'll think we're crazy. I nod, slipping the sneaker into my jacket. We tell them what we saw. She glances back at the mall. And the children? I swallow. I hesitate. We lost them. She shivers. Let's go. We walk to our cars. I pause at the cruiser's hood, tracing the faded paint with my fingers. The world feels unreal, like waking from a dream. I slide into the driver's seat. Ramirez climbs into hers. Engines roar. As we pull away, I look back at the mall. The windows reflect the sun. No darkness remains. Yet, I can still hear the echo of laughter in my mind. On the dash, the radio lights flicker to life. A voice crackles. Unit 12, are you all right? I swallow, voice tight. We're fine. The voice sighs. Backup's clear, the mall's empty, no signs of anyone. I nod, though they can't see me. Copy that. I turn off the radio and reach into my jacket. The sneaker is gone. In its place, a single muddy footprint smudge on the lining. I close my eyes. The graveyard shift is over, but its mark remains. I step out of the cruiser into the pale light of early morning, the chill still clinging to the asphalt. Ramirez's car idles behind me, engine ticking as it cools. We both know this is the final walk. Whatever waits inside must be faced before the sun fully rises. I sling my rifle over my shoulder and approach the mall doors. The padlock hangs intact, the chains swaying gently as if beckoning. We exchange one last look. No words. Then I push the doors open. They swing wide on silent hinges. Inside, the corridor is empty. Sterile white light, spotless tile. Every storefront shuttered as if brand new. The world we've traversed, the twisting halls, the whispers, the mannequins, seems erased. But I feel it behind my eyes, a pressure, a presence. We move in tandem, boots echoing. Ramirez checks each store. I scan the ceiling, the walls. Nothing. At the far end, the exit glows. We hurry toward it. Suddenly, the lights flicker, and the corridor stretches out, impossibly long. The exit sign recedes into the distance. Ramirez stumbles. I catch her arm. A child's laugh reverberates, bouncing off unseen walls. It's close, inside our heads. Ramirez's flashlight beam wobbles, then settles on the floor. Footprints. Small, muddy, identical to the ones we followed before. They lead away from the exit, deeper into darkness. She steps back. We don't have to. I shake my head. We do. We follow. The air grows colder. Our breath mist. The walls narrow. The footsteps end at a service door. Unmarked, metal, half ajar. I shove it open. On the other side is the back room of the strip mall's maintenance area. The overhead bulb flickers weakly. Mops lean in corners. Cleaning supplies line shelves. But in the center lies a circle of toys. A teddy bear, a toy truck, the pink sneaker. Ramirez gasps. I kneel and pick up the sneaker. It's warm again, as if freshly worn. Behind us, the door slams shut. We whirl. The room has changed, the single bulb replaced by dozens of small lights, like stars, embedded in the ceiling. The walls are gone, replaced by endless blackness. The toys float in the air, spinning slowly. A soft lullaby drifts through the void, tinny, warped. I cradle the sneaker. The lullaby's notes twist into words. Stay, play. Ramirez grips my arm. We need to leave, now. I stand, rifle raised, but there is nothing to shoot. The toys drift away, forming a path into the black. The sneaker pulses in my hand, a heartbeat. I swallow and take a step forward. Ramirez hesitates, then follows. We walk into the void. The lullaby grows louder, the lights overhead brightening into a constellation. The toys circle us, playful and menacing. At the path's end, a figure stands, small, hunched, pink sneaker on one foot, the other bare and muddy. Its face is hidden under a hood. I call out, voice echoing, "Child, come out!" The figure tilts its head. It lifts one pale hand, pointing back the way we came. The path dissolves. Behind us, the void stretches, no escape. Ramirez's flashlight flickers out. The lullaby warps into a scream. I step toward the figure, heart hammering. "Why are you here?" It raises both hands, and the world shifts again. We're outside, standing in the empty lot. The morning sun glints off the cruiser's hood. Toys lie scattered across the asphalt. The sneaker, the teddy bear, a toy truck. The strip mall looms silent behind us. Ramirez scrambles backward. They're gone. I stare at the toys, then at the mall. The padlock on the door is intact. No broken chains. No signs of our passage. The world is ordinary once more, except for the toys. I bend and pick up the teddy bear. Its fur is damp, muddy at the paws. The sneaker in my other hand pulses softly. I tuck both into my jacket. Ramirez's voice is distant. "We need to report this." I nod, but my eyes are fixed on the mall. A single window pane reflects my face, and behind me in the reflection stands the small hooded figure. I whirl, but the lot is empty. I close my eyes. The graveyard shift is over. The sun has risen, but its mark remains etched into my mind. I slide into the cruiser. Ramirez climbs in beside me. Engines roar. As we pull away, I glance at the rearview mirror. The toys sit on the passenger seat, innocuous in the daylight. The mall recedes, ordinary and silent. Yet I know the truth. Some places never let you leave. In my pocket, the sneaker's pulse slows. The lullaby fades. But when I close my hand, I feel its heartbeat, soft, insistent. A reminder that the night's horrors live on, just beyond the light. And somewhere, in the labyrinth beneath that mall, a child waits, whispering for someone to come back. I turn off the radio before it can broadcast another report. There's no point in getting anyone else involved in this before I know what I'm dealing with. The light from the dashboard casts pale rectangles on my uniform. My badge glints coldly. My name tag is dull in the semi-darkness. It's 2:13 a.m., the middle of the night shift, and I've already spent nearly 3 hours with empty streets, locked storefronts, and the hollow echo of my own boots on the cracked asphalt. The call came in 10 minutes ago. Suspicious vehicle behind the closed auto repair shop in Maple Ridge. No license plate visible. Engine off, no movement. Maybe just a normal piece of junk. Expired license plates, someone sleeping off a hangover. I turn onto Maple Ridge Parkway, the tires crunching on the gravel, and everything seems far too quiet, as if the night itself is holding its breath. The streetlights flicker in rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Then they go out, and I drive on in the headlights. I pull up slowly next to the back of the garage. The roller doors are locked with rusty padlocks. Years ago, someone spray-painted "No Trespassing" on them and moved on. The sedan is under a dimly flickering lamp. Flat tires, peeling blue paint, dark interior. I turn on the interior lights, nothing but torn upholstery and a few dead leaves on the floor. No keys in the ignition, no signs of life. I get out, the door squeaking in protest, and the cold air hits my face. The November chill carries the faint smell of oil and mold. The beam of my flashlight pierces the darkness and illuminates the rear window. Fingerprints stretch across the glass, fresh. I crouch down and run a gloved finger over a smudge, sandy, damp. Someone has been leaning against it recently. My heart beats faster. I shine the beam of light across the parking lot. Shadows gather in the corners, and behind the chain-link fence the trees stand like silent guardians. I report in, Unit 12 on site. Suspicious vehicle secured. Wait. I see fresh tracks on the bumper. Possible unauthorized entry. Headquarters confirms. Reinforcements will be there in 5 minutes. Enough time. I walk to the driver's door. It's unlocked. I hesitate. According to protocol, I'm supposed to secure the crime scene and wait for backup. But I've been on duty alone for hours, and I want answers. I open the door. The upholstery is damp, and on the floor lies a half-empty, overturned coffee cup, its contents scattered like dark confetti. Gravel under the passenger seat. Small stones, fresh. I lean forward and breathe in. Stale smoke, damp fabric, something metallic that I can't identify. Then I see it. On the driver's sun visor, scrawled in shaky smudged letters, the words, "Not safe." My breath catches. I look at the lamp, which flickers and goes out, plunging me into complete darkness. I could swear that the air is getting heavier and pressing down on me. I turn off my flashlight and click on the light on my gun. The beam of light shoots across the parking lot and stops at the passenger door, where muddy handprints run down the door as if someone had pressed their palm there and watched. My pulse races. I walk back, my heart pounding in my throat, and quietly close the door. I call Rivera. "Are you still awake?" His voice cracks. "I'm here. What do you have?" I don't mention the writing. I just say, "Abandoned vehicle, no license plate, possible vandalism, code 2. He sighs with relief. I'm on my way. I lean against the hood with my arms crossed and listen to the hum of the engine and the distant rumble of highway traffic. Every day, normal. 2 minutes later, Rivera's patrol car pulls up. He parks precisely, turns off the engine, and gets out with a flashlight in his hand. He's been with the police for 6 years and remains calm even under pressure. He nods toward the sedan. "Looks clean," he says. "Should we tow it?" I point to the writing. He shines his flashlight on it. "My God," he crouches down. "Are you sure that wasn't there before?" "Fresh," I say. "I would have noticed." He stands up and rubs his gloved fingertips together. "All right, stay in the parking lot with your lights on. I'll check the license plate while we tow the car." He goes to his patrol car, radios dispatch, and arranges for a tow truck. I remain alert, watching for shadows and listening for the slightest sound. The silence feels wrong, too perfect. As we wait, I think about the stories. Police officers who find empty cars on lonely highways, locked from the inside, with warm engines and no sign of the driver. Children who challenge each other to break into abandoned buildings, only to flee in fear. But this is just another rust bucket, right? I glance at the camera mounted on my dashboard. It records everything, useful for the courts, useful for the ghosts I've created for myself. I tap the lens. If anything happens, it will see it. The tow truck arrives, a large truck with flashing yellow lights. The driver, a wiry guy named Jenkins, jumps out, a cigarette dangling between his lips. He hooks the front wheels of the sedan. When he activates the winch, the trunk pops open on its own, slowly, reluctantly, like lungs exhaling. Jenkins curses and jumps back. Rivera and I shine our headlights on the trunk. It's empty, but the locking mechanism really shouldn't have opened under tension. I feel a tingling sensation in the back of my neck. I step closer. The inside of the trunk is scratched, long drag marks in the dust, as if something heavy had been pulled out. I close it. "Keep it closed," I say to Jenkins. He nods, uneasy. He pulls the car onto the loading area and gets into the driver's cab. As he drives off, I see the silhouette of the sedan disappear into the night. Rivera pats me on the shoulder. "Everything okay?" I swallow. "Yeah, just the night shift." He nods understandingly. We get back into the patrol car. I try to radio headquarters, but the moment I press the button, the static on the line turns into a soft whisper. So soft that I almost don't hear it. "Head back." I freeze, my finger on the microphone. Rivera sees it. "What?" I laugh it off. "Nothing." I press the talk button. "Unit 12, proceeding to the next call." My voice sounds hollow. We drive on. The street ahead is empty, the shop fronts are dark, the windows reflecting our headlights like watchful eyes. We pass a closed supermarket whose neon sign flashes "out of gas" in flickering red. Inside, the shelves are empty. I imagine someone watching us, breathing. Rivera nudges me. "Want to grab a coffee at Charlie's on 5th? Normally, I'd welcome the caffeine, but tonight I want to go home. "Later," I say. "Let's finish our shift." He respects that. 15 minutes later, we reach the alley behind the police station, our last stop before we have to report back. I turn off the patrol car's headlights. There's nothing in the alley but dumpsters and graffiti, tags upon tags, their colors faded in the moonlight. I get out, the padlock on my belt rattling. Rivera follows me. I walk to the other end of the alley and kick a dented dumpster. My breath comes in gasps. Then I see it. Muddy footprints leading under the dumpster and into the shadows behind the chain-link fence that borders the property. The fence gate is ajar. Someone slipped through. Footprints from heavy boots, size 46, heading north. Away from the station. Away from safety. I reported over the radio. Unit 12. Possible trespassing behind the guardhouse. Footprints heading north. Control center. Roger. Forensics on their way. Rivera and I go behind the fence, our flashlights tracing arcs through the darkness. The footprints disappear at the edge of the asphalt and merge into cracked concrete overgrown with weeds. No further traces. No dropped items, no scraps of fabric. Just footprints. I crouch down and examine the pattern, military style. My stomach tightens. Why military boots? There's no military base here. Rivera shines his flashlight on the fence. "Do you think it has something to do with the sedan?" I nod slowly. Someone's watching us, testing the boundaries. He frowns. "Should we call it off?" I think about it. Protocol requires us to secure the area and wait, but I want to follow the trail. I want to know who's out there. "Let's walk 5 minutes, then we'll check in." He hesitates, then joins me. We step off the asphalt onto the tall grass. The beam of light falls on an overturned stop sign. I hear a soft click, metal on metal. I turn around. Rivera's light shines over the fence. The gate has slammed shut behind us. The bolt is loose. We're in a cage. I strain my ears to hear something outside the compound. Wind or footsteps? My radio is silent, dead. I tap the handheld device, no response. The hum of the station's neon sign grows fainter. Rivera grabs my arm. We're cut off. I force myself to stay calm. Stay close to me. We walk toward the footprints. They lead to a dilapidated side entrance. The door is open. Flakes of rust fall from the beam of light. I push it open. The hinges squeak. It's even darker inside than outside. My breath catches in my throat. The air smells of decay and machine oil. I slip inside, Rivera close behind me. Our flashlights shine on a desk strewn with papers and an overturned chair. Scribbled on the desk in the same dirty handwriting are the words, "Trust no one." Rivera turns pale. "Holy," he begins, but then stops himself. I take a photo with my cell phone and mark it. Evidence. But my hand is shaking. A faint noise echoes deeper into the building. We rush to the source of the sound. The hallway is empty. Doors on both sides, heavy breathing coming from the walls. I continue on. Rivera shines his flashlight on a door marked "Employees Only." The handle turns slowly and squeaks. I draw my gun. "Police, come out." Silence. The door swings open, revealing a staircase. Darkness. My light falls on something on the top step. A single muddy boot print, just like the ones outside. I swallow. Rivera's breath catches. We look at each other. Protocol. Call for backup. Get out of here. But the stairwell seems to beckoning us. I look at my watch. 3:02 a.m. The shift ends in 58 minutes. If we stay, there's real danger. If we leave, someone will get away. I step onto the first step. The wood creaks. Rivera follows me. The beam of light below us falls on a spot on the wall, a handprint that runs down like a wound. I hesitate, then continue, each step echoing in my head like a drumbeat. The hallway below us stretches into the darkness. I look left, then right, nothing. Then I see movement. At the other end, a figure darts out from behind a pillar. I flash my light twice. It's gone. My heart is pounding. Rivera stands next to me. We continue together. Halfway down the hallway, the lights above us come on, blindingly white for a second, then go out again. In that flash, I see dozens of muddy footprints on the floor, running toward us from both directions. A chill runs down my spine. I step back. Rivera curses. We are surrounded by footprints in the darkness, and whatever left them is still here. I turn off the light on my gun and point the beam downwards. I whisper, "Back to the stairs." He nods. We retreat step by step, shining our flashlights around us. At the entrance to the stairwell, I turn around and find myself facing an empty space. The railing is gone, torn away. One misstep, and I'll fall 3 meters onto the broken concrete. There's no turning back. I glance at Rivera. Let's keep going. He nods, his voice tense. Go ahead. We step into the deeper darkness, every step echoing, every breath loud. Above us, the distant hum of the station's neon lights sounds like something from another world. My radio remains silent. Behind us, the stairwell wall yawns empty, denying us a retreat. Ahead of us, the corridor stretches into the darkness, and something moves just out of reach of the beam of light. I swallow and keep going. My hand stays on my weapon. Every instinct screams at me to run away, but I need to know who is watching us. I need to know why the night has turned against us, and if we'll ever get out of here. The beam of my flashlight dances across warped walls, trailing shadows that might be outlines. My heart is pounding. This must be what the night shift feels like. Alone, vulnerable, hunted. I glance at Rivera's silhouette beside me. Calm, determined, frightened. We look at each other. No words. Our footsteps carry us forward. The darkness breathes, and somewhere ahead of us something is waiting. I step into the dark corridor, all my senses on high alert. The beam of my flashlight trembles as it pierces the darkness, revealing peeling paint and exposed pipes on the walls. The air is stuffy, stale, and smells faintly metallic, like old blood or long-abandoned machinery. My boots echo on the cracked linoleum floor. Rivera's footsteps follow mine, quieter but just as determined. We are ghosts wandering through someone else's nightmare. We turn a corner, and the beam of light falls on a half-open door. A faint, flickering, yellowish light shines through. I signal to Rivera to stay back. With my hand on my holster, I push the door open with my flashlight. It swings inward with a creak. Behind it is a small break room. Overturned chairs, a broken coffee machine, foam cups scattered on a laminated table. The light comes from a single light bulb dangling from a chain, bathing the room in flickering pulses of light and shadow. The smell here is even worse. Sour, acrid, like chemicals mixed with decay. I look around the room. There is nothing living to be seen, but on the table, written in the same dirty handwriting, are the words, "You came." The letters are smudged, the edges blurred, as if written by trembling hands. My heart is pounding. Rivera steps next to me and says in a low voice, "They knew we were coming." I nod and swallow. This is personal. I take a photo. Forensics will have a field day. But there's no time for paperwork. I shine my flashlight on the back wall, where an access panel is open and cables are exposed. Footprints lead into a narrow maintenance tunnel below. The tunnel slopes downward, and the light from above disappears. I glance at Rivera. He exhales slowly. "After you." I gather all my courage. This is no normal assignment, but I can't just walk away. I step into the tunnel. The concrete walls close in. The beam of my flashlight dances on damp surfaces. Water drips somewhere ahead of me. Each drop echoes like a gunshot. The tunnel floor is slippery. My boots slide on puddles. I follow the footprints, military prints, deep tracks. They lead slightly downhill. Rivera's light joins mine, creating two cones of light that overlap in the darkness. After 15 meters, the tunnel opens into a larger room. My beam of light sweeps across it. Old, rusty filing cabinets, a workbench strewn with tools, gears, and cable reels. In the middle stands a single chair in front of an empty wall. A doll in a police uniform is tied to the chair, with a protective vest, badge, and a name tag that reads S. Rivera. The dummy's head is tilted forward, its arms hanging limply. My stomach churns. Rivera curses softly. That's me." I step closer. The badge on the dummy is made of real metal and has a dull sheen. The name tag belongs to Rivera. I reach out trembling and touch the badge. It's cold. Too cold. Behind me, Rivera shines his flashlight on the wall. More letters, smeared across the concrete with muddy handprints. Next. The letters are 1.5 meters high and dripping down. My radio crackles unexpectedly, just static, then a whisper. Next. I turn around with my gun drawn, but see nothing. The tunnel behind us is empty. The only exit is a staircase leading further down. I glance at Rivera. His face is pale. He nods once. We descend. The staircase is narrow, the steps made of steel grating. Every step makes the structure shake. The air grows even colder, a palpable chill. At the bottom, a heavy metal door stands ajar, light shimmering through it. I push it open with my flashlight. Behind it lies a huge room, a former loading dock that has now been converted into something unrecognizable. The room is cave-like. Rusty cranes hang above us. Stacks of wooden pallets line the walls. In the middle, illuminated by a single flickering light bulb, stands a makeshift altar. The overturned hood of a patrol car, its paint scraped off, resting on concrete blocks. On the hood is a circle of muddy footprints, and in the middle lies my badge, shiny, new, on a patch of dark, wet earth. My breath catches in my throat. They have taken something that belongs to me and desecrated it. Rivera's light casts silhouettes on the walls. Figures made of piled-up debris, mannequins in civilian clothes, faceless heads turned toward the hood as if watching. Their poses are unnatural. Arms twisted, shoulders slumped. They seem to grin in the dim light. I get goosebumps. My heart pounding, I step toward the hood. The badge is mine. It's proof of my identity, my authority. I carefully lift it up by the edge. The earth beneath it is damp and fresh. I wipe it on my sleeve. As I straighten up, the light bulb above me flickers violently and then goes out. The room is plunged into darkness. Only my flashlight and Rivera's are still shining, two trembling points in a sea of black. A distant clang echoes, metal on metal, somewhere to our left. Rivera jumps up. "What was that?" I whisper tensely. The tunnel behind us is swallowed by darkness. In front of us, the exit door is closed, with a faint light visible behind it. I walk toward it, Rivera close behind me. Every step feels like I'm wading through water. Then, right in front of us, the light at the exit comes on at full brightness, blindingly white, and I see them. A row of figures standing between us and the door. Not mannequins, real people, their faces covered in mud and shadows, wearing different uniforms, some police, some civilians, some military. They stand completely still, their boots in muddy footprints that crisscross the floor. My pulse races. I hold the flashlight higher. The figures don't move. My radio crackles again. "You shouldn't be here." The voice is neither male nor female, flat, mechanical, echoing. Rivera swings his flashlight. The head of one of the figures turns slightly, as if noticing us. I swallow. "Who are you?" My voice echoes. No answer. I glance at Rivera. "Back to the stairs," I order. He hesitates and looks at the exit door behind the figures. I nod. "Now." We walk backwards, the flashlights pointed at the guards. The floor vibrates, a low rumbling, as if a machine were starting up in the distance. The figures remain motionless. When we reach the stairwell door, I slam it shut and lock it. The rumbling stops. Silence presses down on us. We lean against the door and breathe heavily. I look at my watch, 3:28 a.m. 32 minutes until the end of the shift. 32 minutes to find a way out. Rivera whispers, "We have to report this." I nod. I press the radio. Dead. I try my cell phone. No reception. The steel and concrete of the building have swallowed our means of communication. I slide down the door and sit on the bottom step. Rivera crouches down next to me. "What now?" he asks. I stare at the dark stairwell above us. "We're going upstairs," I say. "We'll look for another exit." He nods, his determination visible in his eyes. We stand up, draw our weapons, and push the door open. The room behind it is silent. The figures in the hood are gone. The light bulb above us burns steadily. The tunnel back to the surface yawns silently before us. We step into the corridor. Footprints lead upward to a barred hatch in the ceiling. I lift the hatch. Fresh air and faint moonlight stream in. Freedom. I climb through. Rivera follows me. We emerge behind the police station near the alley where we found the tracks. The parking lot is empty. The lights of the patrol car are off. The hum of the neon lights at the police station is distant but clearly audible. I look at my cell phone. I have reception again. I radio headquarters. Units 12 and 13. Immediate pickup requested. Code 3. My voice is calm. Rivera exhales deeply. We get into the patrol car. As I start the engine, I glance in the rearview mirror. In the darkness behind the alley, I see a figure standing under a streetlight, muddy boots, unrecognizable face, watching us. I turn off the headlights. The figure steps back and disappears into the night. Rivera grabs my arm. "You saw that?" I nod. "Yes." I drive off, the tires squealing. With our hearts pounding, we race to the station. Later, in the safety of the station, we write the report. We mention the sedan, the fingerprints, the messages, the mannequin. They call it bizarre, but it goes into the file. Forensics secured fingerprints. Military pattern confirmed. The surveillance cameras show nothing entering or leaving the building. I kept my badge, Rivera, too. But something changed that night. The night shift is no longer just empty streets and quiet calls. It's the knowledge that someone, or something, is out there, watching, waiting, writing messages in mud and shadows. And they know our names. I press my back against the patrol car, my heart pounding so loudly I can feel it in my throat. Rivera's hand is on my shoulder, firm, reassuring, but even he looks shaken. Through the windshield, the alley behind the station glimmers in the pale glow of the neon police sign. The air smells of damp asphalt and old paper. Our headlights cast two cone-shaped beams of light into the darkness, but outside their reach, shadows writhe as if they were alive. "Stay alert," I whisper. Rivera nods and checks his magazine. We get out of the patrol car, our boots crunching on the gravel. The gate we came through has disappeared, locked tight, secured with a padlock from the other side. The fence stands intact, mocking us. I flinch. Footprints lead away from the gate, across the parking lot toward the dumpsters. Fresh, deep prints. Size 46 again, military boots. Whoever did this wanted us to follow them. We move in, a lockstep, flashlights held low. The dumpsters tower like monoliths. I shine my light under the first one. Empty. Under the second. Empty. Under the third. A piece of fabric catches my eye, caught in a rusty wheel. I crouch down, careful not to step in the mud. It's a torn piece of dark fabric, heavy canvas, like the leg of a uniform. I immediately put it in a plastic bag from my pocket. Rivera mutters, "Good eye." We continue on, the footprints leading past the dumpsters to a narrow driveway between the station and a dilapidated apartment building. The driveway leads downhill into deeper shadows. The air grows colder, sharper. My breath is white. At the other end, I see movement. A flickering reflection, like a cell phone lighting up. Then it's gone again. I raise my voice quietly. "Police, show yourself." An echo answers. Rivera's light dances over a garage door at the foot of the apartments. It is dented, the padlock broken. The footprints disappear into a narrow gap below. I crouch down and peer inside, only darkness. Then I hear a faint dripping sound, water falling on concrete. I can't see the source. "Should we call for backup?" Rivera whispers tensely. "Not yet," I reply. "We're close." I pull out my cell phone and look at the clock. 3:52 a.m. 8 minutes until the end of my shift. But this isn't about the shift. This is about survival. I slip under the door and crouch down. River follows me. Our flashlights illuminate a small room, an unfinished storage space with moldy concrete walls and scattered boxes. The footprints continue across the floor to a door marked basement. I push it open. The hinges squeak. Behind it is a steep staircase leading down into a dark pit. We exchange glances. Protocol screams retreat, but my curiosity draws me on. I climb down. The walls grow narrower. The air is stuffy and musty, like breathing through wool. The beam of my flashlight flickers over exposed pipes, dripping water that collects in puddles on the floor. The footprints are clearly visible here. Otherwise, there are no traces. Rivera's light illuminates old graffiti on the wall. "It's watching you." We reach the floor. The passage branches off to the left and right. The left passage is littered with debris, fallen ceiling panels, broken pipes, impassable. The right passage is clear and disappears into the darkness. I lead us to the right. Foam insulation hangs in tattered strips from the ceiling. the floor slopes slightly down to a grating. The smell becomes more intense, acrid, chemical, like bleach mixed with iron. I shine my flashlight around. Muddy handprints lead along the wall to a heavy metal door. The door is ajar. A faint light shines through. I freeze. That light? Unnatural. I raise the light attached to my weapon and push the door. It swings open, revealing a room filled with filing cabinets and shelves. The pale light comes from a single broken fluorescent tube on the ceiling, which hums. The room is an abandoned evidence room. Rusty cabinets, empty evidence tags lie scattered around. Boxes labeled Case 12-0456 are thrown aside. In the middle, on a folding table, lies a black and white photo. A blurry image of two police officers, Rivera and me, standing in front of our patrol car outside the station. The photo is dated 3 days ago. I swallow. Rivera steps forward and says in a hollow voice, "This can't be." I pick up the photo. My face, uncertain, gaunt, stares back at me from the neon light of the station. Rivera's eyes widen. They staged this. Underneath the photo, someone has scribbled in mud again. "End soon." The screen flickers and goes blank, and we are standing in complete darkness. My radio crackles. Turn back. Then silence. I turn off the light on my gun. The only sound is our breathing and a faint dripping in the distance. We have to get out of here, now. Rivera's tone brooks no argument. I nod and put the photo in my pocket. We leave the room and close the door behind us. The footprints lead back in the direction we came from. I follow them, counting the steps, my heart pounding. Halfway down the stairs, a voice whispers, softly, almost familiar, my name. "Officer Matthews." It comes from the darkness above us. I freeze. Rivera's light shines upward, nothing but empty steps. "Did you hear that?" he whispers. I nod, my throat tight. We climb 2 steps at a time and rush into the storage room. The door slams behind us. Rivera pulls it shut and locks it. The vibrations echo through the walls. We don't say a word. We climb back through the garage opening into the alley. The lights of the police station shine above us. We are safe. The padlock on the gate is intact. We step into the parking lot. My cell phone has reception again. I press emergency. Units 12 and 13 need immediate backup. Possible hostile person. The dispatcher interrupts me. "We have your location. Help is on the way." I put the phone in my pocket. Rivera and I lean against the patrol car and watch the dark facade of the apartment building. No sign of movement. The night is quiet again, but the air vibrates with unspoken threats. My badge feels heavy on my chest. Backup arrives. 3 patrol cars with flashing lights. The officers spread out, search the alley, the garage, the basement, find nothing. I give my statement, footprints, photo, messages. They secure the evidence. Everyone is on edge. No one wants to go near the garage again. At 5 a.m., the sun breaks through the cloud cover. Normality returns to the station. Routine reports come over the radio. But Rivera and I know the truth. The events of that night were no accident. Someone planned this, knew our procedures, and manipulated us. The photo is proof of that. The shift is over. We sign off. I step out into the cold dawn. Rivera joins me. "What now?" he asks. I look back at the station. "We'll stay alert," I say, "because they'll be back." He nods. We walk to our cars, our boots crunching on the gravel. 2 police officers, marked, watched, hunted. The night shift is over. The real watch begins now. I sit down in the driver's seat, the doors closing behind me with a hollow click that echoes in the cool dawn. Rivera's patrol car is next to mine, the engines humming like distant thunder. We sit there silently for a moment as the sky changes from deep black to a blue-purple and then to a pale gold. The neon police sign above us glows brightly, a symbol of order against the chaos we have just escaped. I clenched my fingers around the steering wheel and went over every muddy track and every whispered warning in my mind. "Is there anything on the dash cam?" Rivera asks in a low voice. I reach up, take out the SD card, and put it in my pocket. "We'll check it out at headquarters," I say. "But I don't think it's all on there." He nods. The footage was always in the shadows between the images. We get out and walk to the entrance of the station. The other officers give us a wide berth. Their eyes dart to our mud-splattered uniforms, their faces drawn. In the duty room, Captain Green stands with his arms crossed next to the coffee machine. When he sees us, his face contorts. "Report," he says in a cutting voice. I put the photo on the table. The one of us next to the patrol car, taken 3 days ago, and the scrap of fabric. Rivera adds his notes. Footprints in the alley, messages in the mud, the mannequin. Green clenches his jaw. He studies the evidence and then looks up. "We'll file this under unusual," he says. "But I want patrols in this district to be stepped up next week. No Aaliyah runs. You two form a team and stay in constant radio contact." I swallow. Finally, a report. Green turns to the room. "Any questions?" No one says anything. He dismisses the shift and the room empties, leaving only Rivera and me behind. Green's orders hang in the air like a lifeline. Outside, the sun breaks through and dispels the last of the fog. I take a deep breath. The morning smells of coffee and exhaust fumes and something else, maybe relief, or the calm before a new storm. Rivera puts the photo in his pocket. "Are you keeping that?" he asks. I nod. It's the only evidence no one can dispute. He hesitates, then adds, "We should warn the next shift." I frown. "They'll think we're crazy." He shrugs. "Better they're scared than disappear." I agree. We write a short message. "Watch out for unknown persons, muddy footprints, unusual messages. Report everything immediately. Don't investigate anything on your own." The message is sent anonymously, without names, via the network. Just a warning in the noise. In the afternoon, we watch the dashcam footage in the evidence room. The sedan stops, the trunk is opened, and the footprints outside are clearly visible. Then there's a 10-second gap, static. Exactly when the trunk was opened. No sound, no image. The transmission cuts out, then we see ourselves stepping back. Whatever happened during that gap remains a mystery to us. I pause the video at the point before the cut. The light from the lamp, the empty parking lot. My reflection in the glass looks tired and exhausted. I press play noise, then Rivera's silhouette, then black. I turn off the screen. Back on patrol that night, we stick to well-lit areas. 2 pairs of eyes, 2 radios on reception. At every corner we turn, in every alley we pass, I expect to see those muddy boots and that empty stare. But nothing. Just the usual. Joggers, stray cats, buzzing neon signs. At 2:13 a.m., I'm back on Maple Ridge Parkway, the scene of the sedan. The parking lot is empty, the garage doors are locked. The light above flickers, then comes back on. I get out and shine my flashlight on the asphalt. No fingerprints. The ground here has been wiped clean. I look up at the window on the 2nd floor of the abandoned building. In the reflection, I see Rivera's patrol car behind me, headlights dimmed. He gets out and comes over to me. We stand side by side surveying the quiet parking lot. "Do you think they're gone?" he asks. I hesitate. I don't know. Something moves under the gravel, then stops, or someone moves. My skin tingles. Rivera pats me on the back. "We did what we could." I nod. Yeah. We get back into our patrol cars. As the engines start, I take one last look at the garage. Something reflects in the window, and for a split second I think it's an eye staring back at me. The patrol car jerks forward. We drive into the night with our headlights off. The night shift continues, but the worst is behind us. At least we hope so. Because out there, in the dark corners of empty lots and forgotten tunnels, someone is still watching us, waiting for the next move. The basement door slams shut behind us with a metallic bang that echoes in my bones. The beam of my flashlight dances wildly across the corrugated iron walls as Rivera and I stumble into the alley behind the station. The padlocked gate is closed, just as we left it, mocking us with its silent security. My breath pounds in my ears. Every instinct screams at me to run away, back to the fluorescent safety of the guardhouse, but we fought our way here. Now we have to see it through. The alley is deserted. The lids of the dumpsters hang limply. A scrawny, stray cat sneaks into the shadows. I scan the chain-link fence. No footprints lead back inside. Whoever laid this trail wanted us out here chasing ghosts. Rivera crouches down and examines the gravel. They wiped them, he says, tapping the stones with his boot. No traces leading back. I nod. They control the story. Above us, the sky's blood red, the color of dawn. The neon police sign on the station buzzes. We walk toward it, our boots crunching. I almost expect someone to be watching us from the roof, but there's nothing. Just the flickering of the sign and the distant glow of the streetlights. We reach the patrol car. The door closes behind me. The engine idles, sounding like a heartbeat. Rivera slides in next to me. I press the talk button. Central, Unit 12. Situation under control. Request routine pickup. My voice is calm, but my hand is shaking. The dispatcher's calm response seems surreal. We log the call, write up the initial report on the sedan, the fingerprints, and the messages. But I put the photo of us, which is 3 days old, in my pocket. That stays between us. We drive until the end of our shift. Every dark corner promises movement. Every alley seems to breathe. At 6 a.m., we return to roll call. Captain Green eyes us suspiciously. Anything else? He asks. I hold his gaze. No, sir, everything's fine. He nods and dismisses us. Back at the station, it's business as usual. Phones ringing, cops laughing, coffee brewing. But nothing feels normal. The next day, the photo in my pocket feels hotter than fire. I study it under my desk lamp. Our faces, the patrol car, the station sign in the background. The date, May 5th, stares back at me. Today is May 2nd. 3 days until what this picture predicts. I put the photo in an envelope and lock it in my desk drawer. If anything happens, I have proof. Rivera and I patrol together for the next 48 hours. We respond to every emergency call, no matter how trivial. Barking dogs, broken streetlights, false alarms at closed gas stations. At every location, I search for muddy footprints, for scribbled warnings, but nothing. It's as if the city has conspired to appear normal. The radio reports return to routine. The world keeps turning. On May 4th at 2:13 a.m., we're back on Maple Ridge Parkway, the starting point of the call about the sedan. The parking lot is empty, the lights are on. I get out and run my hand over the hood. No stains, no messages. Rivera watches the row of trees. It was quiet last night, he says. I nod. By tomorrow it'll be forgotten. But as I say it, my heart sinks. The shift is over. We return to the station. I write a follow-up report. Sedan towed, no further evidence. I leave out the messages, the mannequin, and the tunnel. That will remain our secret. Rivera signs off. We part ways in the parking garage, he to the left, I to the right. As I drive off, my gaze falls on something on the windshield. A single muddy handprint, the palm in the center, fingers spread. I slam on the brakes. My reflection shows me pale, stunned eyes. I reach out. My finger hovers over the smudge. It's too high for me to have left it there. I lean closer. No note, no writing, just the print. My radio crackles. Unit 12. Do you read me? It's headquarters. I turn around abruptly. My hand flies off the steering wheel. Yes, I manage to say. I hear you. I get permission to return to headquarters. I turn off the engine. I sit there for a moment and take a deep breath. The print smears under the windshield wiper. I shake my head, get out, and wipe the window clean. That night, May 5th, I can't sleep. The date on the photo comes back to me with grim clarity, 2:13 a.m. I look at my watch, 1:47 a.m. Rivera's patrol car is parked outside my window. He said he'd keep watch. I finish my coffee and get dressed. Radio, flashlight, service weapon. I step out into the night. We meet at the patrol car. Rivera is holding a fresh cup in his hand. Are you sure? He asks. I take a sip, cold and bitter. Let's finish this. He nods. We drive to Maple Ridge. The parking lot is empty as always. The lamp flickers at exactly 2:13 a.m. The air crackles. I turn off the engine and get out. The ground is dry. No footprints. My heart is pounding. I step under the lamp. Rivera stands next to me. We look at the garage. There are fresh scratch marks on the gates near the lock. The beam of my flashlight falls on muddy stains on the concrete. Fresh. I crouch down and examine them. Size 12, leading around the corner. I stand up. Let's go. We circle the building. The tracks lead to the back. There's no fence here, just a broken window. Shards of glass glisten. I slip inside. The warehouse smells of rust and oil. Moonlight streams through holes in the roof. My light finds the door to the basement tunnel. It's ajar. I glance at Rivera. He exhales. After you. I gather all my courage and push the door open. Inside, the tunnel seems alive. The dripping, the distant humming, the weight of the earth all around us. We follow the tracks and descend a staircase. At the bottom, the passage splits. We turn right. After 50 feet, the break room is in front of us. Overturned chairs. A single light bulb dangling. The words "You came" are scratched deeper into the table. Wood fibers bleed out. I touch the letters. They are rough. My finger smears them. Rivera photographs them. Behind the break room is the chamber with the hood and the mannequins. I step inside. The hood is gone. The mannequins lie broken on the floor, limbs scattered. The belt from S. Rivera's mannequin hangs over a concrete block, cut off. My stomach turns. A low rumbling shakes the floor. The door to the stairwell is slammed shut somewhere above us. Rivera curses. We sprint to the stairs. The door is locked. I ram it with my shoulder. It gives way. We climb the stairs together and reach the storage room. The hatch glows faintly. We climb through it and rush into the alley. The padlock on the gate lies broken on the ground. We run to the patrol car. Sirens are wailing in the distance. The backup I requested over the radio earlier. We get in. I start the engine. As we drive off, I look back. In the window of the warehouse high above us, I see a figure watching us. Blurred, then it disappears. At the station, Captain Green greets us. His face a mixture of relief and anger. "You two are crazy," he says, "but you have evidence." I hand him the photos, the message on the table, the broken mannequins, the fingerprints in the basement. He looks at them silently. Finally, he says, We're closing the case. No public records. You two get some rest. We write a final report, unauthorized investigation, and file the evidence away. The file is marked confidential. Then we stand in the empty roll call room. The light of dawn filters through the blinds. Rivera lights a cigarette, something he rarely does, and exhales. "Do you think it's over?" he asks. I put my badge away. "I don't know." I take out the photo from May 5th, today. It shows the two of us walking away from the warehouse with our backs to the camera as the sun rises. Scribbled underneath in fresh mud is the word "survived." I run my finger over the word. Rivera leans forward. "A message?" I nod. "Or a warning?" We look at each other. The night shift is over, but our watch has only just begun. I step onto the sidewalk, the brim of my hat casting a narrow shadow over my eyes. The patrol car's engine idles behind me, its quiet hum swallowed by the thick fog rolling in from the bay. It's 2:17 a.m., and the streets of Mission Terrace are empty. All the shop windows are closed. All the streetlights flicker like candles breathing their last breath. My boots crunch on broken glass as I approach the intersection where an emergency call came in 10 minutes ago. Someone's in my car. I think he's hiding. Dispatch didn't give any further details. Trespassing, probably a homeless teenager or a drunk. I turn on my flashlight, its beam tracing a pale arc through the fog. The air smells of salt and damp concrete. I feel adrenaline rising in my throat. That's why I chose the night shift. The loneliness, the silence, the chance to face whatever lurks in the darkness and prove that I can handle it. The patrol car's headlights swing to the left and illuminate an old sedan parked under a gnarled oak tree. The trunk is slightly open. I approach cautiously, my hand on my holster. Every instinct tells me to call for backup, but something doesn't feel right here. The call sounded fearful, which didn't fit with a drunk or a child. I crouch down and shine the spotlight on the rear window. The glass is smeared, perhaps with dirty fingerprints. I tap the trunk lid with the handle of my flashlight. It's locked. I flip it open. It's empty, except for a tangle of cables and a flashlight that doesn't belong to me. The glove compartment springs open. Inside is an empty cigarette pack and a woman's scarf, darkened by something that could be oil, or something worse. I radio in. Unit 12 Bravo, I'm at the scene. No sign of occupants. The trunk is empty. I found a scarf, possibly a piece of evidence. Please check it out. The response is static, distant. Roger, 12 Bravo, backup is on the way. I nod. Good. I close the trunk. As I stand up, I see movement out of the corner of my eye, a figure disappearing between the cars at the other end of the parking lot. I shine my flashlight, nothing, just fog. My pulse quickens. I take a step forward, all my senses are on high alert. The streetlight above me flickers and goes out, plunging the parking lot into even deeper shadow. I raise my radio. Headquarters, do you read me? Over. Silence then. 12. Bravo, we got you. ETA 2 minutes. I turn off the radio. No small talk now. I have to find out who left this scarf behind, who called me here. I follow the beam of light to the edge of the parking lot, where a broken fence borders an alley. The alley yawns like a tunnel, dark, narrow, forbidding. I slip inside, flashlight in front of me. The walls close in, graffiti smeared and wet. Water drips from a loose gutter. My breath echoes. I look left, then right, the scarf, the trunk, the fear in that phone call, everything points here. Halfway up, I see footprints in the thin mud, a woman's heel, then a bare footprint. They lead to a door in the brick wall. A servant's entrance, rusted, the padlock broken. The door is ajar. I push it open carefully. It's pitch black inside. My flashlight illuminates a narrow staircase leading down. The air is colder here. I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I shout, "Police! If anyone's here, show yourself!" My voice sounds hollow. No answer. I step down. Each step stirs up a cloud of dust particles in the beam of light. The stairs lead to a room, an abandoned workshop with cracked concrete floors and oil stains that are dark like old wounds. Behind it is an office with broken windows and an overturned desk. Pipers flutter in a ghostly breeze. An open notebook lies on the desk. I crouch down and leaf through it. Scribbled handwriting, dated 5 years ago, but the entries continue until 2 days ago. I see that you're watching me. You don't notice me, but I notice you. A shiver runs down my spine. I take a photo with my cell phone. A creak behind me. Metal on concrete. I turn around. The beam of the flashlight catches nothing. The notebook falls shut. I pick it up. The last entry reads, "He's coming back tonight." My heart is pounding. I look at the clock. 2:23 a.m., 6 minutes since the call. Someone lived here and documented everything. Someone who knows I'm here now. A faint sound, a whisper, a movement, comes from the darkness behind the office. I point the beam of light there. It falls on a figure crouching against a distant wall. A pale face, large eyes reflecting the light like a deer's. A woman. She's trembling. I step forward. "Ma'am, are you okay?" No answer. She jumps up, sprints past me into another hallway. I run after her, adrenaline rushing through my body. The hallway stretches on, a dead end with metal doors. She's ahead of me, a thin silhouette flickering in the light. I catch up with her as she bumps into a door marked "Storage Room." It's locked. She bangs on the door and sobs. I try the doorknob. Locked. "Police, let me in." She whimpers. I pull out my keys. None of them fit. I press my shoulder against the door. It gives way with a creak. Inside is a small storage room. Cleaning trolleys, boxes of paper towels. No windows. She is crouched in a corner, rocking and clutching something. I step inside. She looks up. It's the scarf from the car wrapped around her fist. Her eyes are wild and frightened. I crouch down and shine my flashlight on her face. "I'm here to help you. You called me, didn't you?" She nods, opens her mouth, then closes it again. She's paralyzed with fear. I slowly reach out my hand. She holds up the scarf. It's stained, dark, rust-colored. Now I notice a faint smell of iron. Behind me, the door slams shut. The flashlight flickers. I turn around. Nothing. My radio crackles. 12 Bravo, where are you? Answer. I fumble with the radio. Basement, storage room, female suspect, victim, needs to be rescued. No sooner have I pressed send than the lights go out. Complete darkness. My flashlight flickers and then goes out. Silence. I breathe loudly. Something moves behind the shelves, a scratching sound. I draw my weapon. "Show yourself." The air turns icy. I can see my breath. A whisper. "You shouldn't have come." It comes right next to my ear. I turn around. No one there. My heart is pounding. I press the flashlight switch again. It flickers on and illuminates her face, which is only a few inches from mine. She smiles. Her eyes are empty. I scream and stumble back. She disappears into the shadows. I fire a warning shot. The beam of light wavers. Empty closet. Radio, static, no backup. The building is silent. I realize that I'm still clutching the scarf. The stain isn't rust, it's fresh, warm. I drop it. It falls to the floor with a soft thud. Behind me, the door handle rattles. I turn around. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate. They're getting closer. Heartbeat, breathing, silence. I raise my gun and wait. My finger tightens around the trigger as the footsteps in the darkness grow louder. The beam of my flashlight dances across the concrete floor, every shadow a potential threat. I feel the tension building in my chest, every breath a struggle between control and panic. The radio is dead, the ceiling lights are off, and the only sounds are my own heartbeat and the soft scraping of shoes on concrete behind the door. I move cautiously toward the door, weapon at the ready, my senses on high alert. "Police! Open up!" My voice echoes hollowly. No answer, just those slow, measured footsteps. I push the door open. The hallway beyond is even deeper in shadow, the walls damp. My flashlight illuminates a row of identical metal doors stretching into the darkness. The temperature drops further. I can see my breath in the beam of light. I step into the hallway, every instinct screaming that I'm alone. But I know she was here. I turn the flashlight to catch a glimpse of her pale face, but she's gone. The scarf was at my feet. Now it's gone. I search the floor and find a thread caught on the corner of a grate. I pull it out. It's the same fabric, torn. She must have crawled through this grate. I kneel down and push the grate aside. Behind it is a crawl space, just big enough for me to squeeze through. My radio crackles. At first, just static, then a voice. "Unit 12, Bravo, do you read me?" Relief washes over me. "I'm here. I have a woman, possibly a victim, in the storage room. She's disappeared. I need help immediately." The voice replies, "Hold on. We'll be there in 2 minutes." I put the radio away, squeeze through the opening, and find myself in a narrow tunnel. Dirty bricks, cobwebs. It slopes slightly downwards. I slide into the crawl space, the flashlight clutched tightly in my free hand. The walls press in on me. The air is stifling. I crawl forward, my heart pounding. The tunnel opens into a small room, the maintenance room of the old building. Above me, pipes crisscross, dripping water onto a pile of discarded cardboard boxes and broken crates. The smell of rust and mold is very strong here. I shine my flashlight around and discover a figure clinging to the opposite wall. It's her. She's shaking uncontrollably and pressing her scarf to her chest. I approach slowly, keeping my weapon lowered. "Ma'am, it's me. You're safe." She sobs and presses herself against the wall. Tears leave trails in the dirt. I take off my jacket and put it around her shoulders. She leans against it. I pull out my radio. "Headquarters, I found her. She's fine, just scared. Send a medic." I pause and listen. Muffled footsteps above me, voices. Reinforcements are close. She looks up, her eyes wild. "He's here," she whispers. "He never left." My stomach clenches. "He what?" I kneel down beside her. "Tell me." The hallway door above us rattles. Footsteps can be heard. I put a finger to my lips. "Stay down." The door creaks as it opens. 2 pairs of boots enter. Uniformed reinforcements. "Officer down here," I call quietly. They point their flashlights at her. One shines into the tunnel and sees her. "Over here." They move forward. I put a hand on her back. "It's okay. You'll be out soon." They lead them away and accompany them up the tunnel while I stand guard. I call the emergency services on the radio. The corridor brightens as they remove the grate and open the tunnel entrance. I step into the maintenance room. Dust particles float in the pale light of a portable lamp. I walk to the middle and shine my flashlight into every corner. Nothing but boxes and pipes. I look up to a narrow walkway 2 meters above, accessible by a ladder I hadn't noticed. My breath catches in my throat. There are fresh footprints on the metal grating above me. I climb the ladder, each rung echoing. At the top, I find a small hatch leading to the walkway. I open it a crack and shine my flashlight into the hallway above. It's empty. I lower my gaze to the hatch, muddy boot prints. Someone watched the victim through the crawlspace grate and waited for me to come by. I pull off a nearby panel. Electrical controls, tangled cables. On the back of the panel, someone has scribbled in felt-tip pen, "You never listen." My vision narrows. That sentence matches an entry in the notebook. I remember the date, 2 days ago. He was here planning. He was here while I was walking around the grounds. He's still here. I radio forensics. 12 Bravo to headquarters. I need forensics and K9, possible suspects still in the building. The reply, "Roger that." I close the panel and wipe the sweat from my forehead. My hands are shaking. I force them to stay still. I search the edge of the walkway. A service staircase leads upstairs. At the other end, a door marked garage exit. I sneak on, weapon lowered, but ready. The metal floor vibrates slightly under my feet. I reach the garage exit and push the door open. It's unlocked. It swings open onto a concrete loading area. I shine my flashlight inside. An overturned pallet truck, a stack of empty barrels. Behind it, a large roller door, closed, but light is coming in at the bottom edges. He could be out there. I approach cautiously, the beam of light grazing the door. No movement. I crouch down and press my ear to the crack. Silence. A single beam of light from a street lamp outside penetrates the slats. In the light, I see footprints in a thin layer of dust. They lead away from the door, down the loading ramp, and out onto the street. He's gone again. I radio in. Target disappeared. Only dust traces. Looks like he drove east on 2nd Street. The dispatcher replies, "Units notified. Search underway." I secure the exit and lock it as best I can. Then I go back downstairs, my heart pounding. At the foot of the ladder, I pause. My boots are standing on cold concrete. I see my reflection in a broken mirror on the wall. Sweat and dirt smear my face. My eyes are bloodshot and alert. My hands are shaking so badly that I can feel the adrenaline wearing off. I take a deep breath and lean against the wall. 10 minutes ago, I was chasing a phantom. Now, I'm hunting a predator who knows these walls better than I do, and who is willing to play cat and mouse with a police officer. I hear voices above me and follow them back through the tunnel. Forensic investigators examine the crawl space, photograph the grate, and collect samples. K9 units stand at the tunnel entrance, the dogs alert and growling in the fresh air. I watch as a technician throws gloves and tools on the floor. A muffled conversation. Victim secured, handcuffed multiple times, no DNA on the scarf. I nod and step aside. Outside, it has started to rain, a light drizzle pattering on the steel roof of the building, sounding like fingers drumming. I step out into the parking lot, the fog now thicker and swirling around my boots. Reinforcements circle in the headlights, their beams crossing on the asphalt. I take a moment to wipe my face and blink my eyelashes dry. I walk over to the sedan under the oak tree. The trunk is now closed. I kneel down and lift it up again. Forensics has examined the seat, but now it's empty. The scarf, I found it in the storage room. It's his calling card, his way of showing us he's here. I close the trunk and look up at the oak tree. The branches sway in the wind, like arms reaching out for me. A voice behind me. "Officer." I turn around. My partner Diaz is standing in the headlights of the patrol car. He is pale, his expression serious. "Everything okay?" I nod. "He's fine." He points to the building. "You found something in the office on the 2nd floor." I follow him inside. We climb the stairs together. At the top is the office where I found the body. The desk is tidy, but there's something new on the wall behind it. A patch of fresh plaster. Beneath it are fine scratches, letters carved into the drywall. Diaz shines his flashlight on them. See that? He crouches down. Looks like initials. I kneel down next to him. The scratches form the letters J.S. A chill runs down my spine. Those were the initials on the front of her college yearbook that he brought with him. She said he was J.S., her stalker. He carved his initials here, claimed this room for himself. I radio, headquarters, suspect's identity confirmed. J.S., male. Keep an eye out for his car, silver Camry, tinted windows. I touch the scratches that go down to the bone. My fingertips are shaking. He was here, marking his territory, preparing me for this. He wants me to know that these walls belong to him, these hallways. Outside, the rain begins to fall harder, pounding the asphalt. I step outside and let the cold soak through my jacket. The parking lot is empty. The oak tree stands still. In the distance, headlights flicker by. We'll find him eventually. But the deeper I get into it, the more I realize that he's always one step ahead of me. And the ground disappears from under my feet. My partner hands me a cup of coffee, black, steaming. I wrap my hands around it and feel the warmth penetrate me. I nod gratefully. He looks me in the eyes. Are you ready for part 3? I put the empty cup aside. I load fresh ammunition into my magazine. My holster feels heavy at my side. The fog swirls around us. The branch of the oak tree scratches the windshield of the patrol car. I look at the entrance to the building and know that he is watching us. Somewhere within those walls. He is waiting. I nod to Diaz. Let's go. One more breath, one more step. Because this night is not over yet. I slam the door of the patrol car behind us. The sound of the engine drowned out by the approaching storm. Rain pelts down on the roof. Each drop a small explosion on the metal. Lightning flashes on the horizon, bathing the parking lot in a bright white light. I pull my collar up against the cold and follow Diaz to the side entrance. Every step splashes in puddles, water seeping into my boots. The world smells of wet asphalt and ozone. We reach the door I broke open earlier. Forensics has cleared the crime scene. No notebook, no scarf, just a faint echo of what happened here. The access to the crawl space is open. Diaz shines his flashlight into the tunnel. K9 was already here, just muddy paw prints. He looks at me. Are you sure you want to go in there alone? I nod. He hands me a radio. Stay on the line. I reply tersely. 10-4, and slip inside. The tunnel is darker now, rain dripping through cracks in the ceiling. I move slowly, shining the flashlight on every crack in the brick wall. Each drop sounds like a countdown. At the end of the chamber, I pause and listen. Silence, then the faint hum of machines somewhere above me. I climb the ladder to the walkway. The portable lamp still casts long shadows. I reach the office door and push it open. The room is empty except for overturned chairs and broken glass. The spot on the wall marked JS glows white against the peeling wallpaper. I crouch down and examine the scratches. They are fresh, the edges sharp and crumbly. Someone came back after we left. He's mocking me. There's a crash above, metal on concrete. I turn around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The noise came from the workshop. I aim my gun and start walking. My boots echo on the metal walkway as I cross it. Every breath I take steams in the beam of light. I hesitate at the ladder. My heart is pounding. Then I climb down. Back in the maintenance room, boxes and pipes tower above me. The echo of the rain is now far away. I shine my flashlight around. Something is moving behind a barrel. I fire a warning shot. Concrete splinters fly through the air. No response. I step closer, my heart pounding in my throat. The barrel is empty, except for muddy footprints leading deeper into the hall. I follow them. The lower part of the rolling door is still illuminated by the streetlights. The footprints end at the loading ramp. I kneel down and wipe the water aside. There, partial prints from work boots. They lead out onto the street. I curse quietly. Diaz's voice crackles. Understood? We have a lead on JS's Camry at the East End near the docks. Relief and fear mix. I reply, I'm on my way. I climb back onto the ramp, water splashing around my ankles. Once at the top, I push my way through the garage exit onto the parking lot. Headlights cut through the rain. 2 unmarked vehicles pull up. They spread out. I run to the patrol car, slip inside, and turn on the windshield wipers. The world becomes a flickering gray blur. I radio headquarters. All units to 2nd and Pier. Suspicious vehicle, a silver Camry. License plate ending in 421. Proceed. The dispatcher replies, Roger. ETA 2 minutes. I take off, the tires squealing on the wet asphalt. Diaz's taillights appear behind me. We race east, the sirens muted for cover. The Bay Area comes into view, shipping containers, abandoned warehouses, the faint glow of cranes. The GPS beeps, 2 minutes. My knuckles turn white on the steering wheel. At the intersection, the Camry is parked at the side of the road, engine running, windshield wipers off. No lights. I turn off the patrol car's headlights. We park in the shade. 2 officers and I get out, weapons at the ready. The Camry's windows are fogged up. I press my ear against the door, engine running, nothing else. I glance at Diaz. He nods. I push the door open. There is nothing to be seen inside except for a single item on the passenger seat. A woman's scarf identical to the first one, damp from the rain and slightly darker. I pick it up with my gloved hand. There are muddy footprints on the floor mat, no pedal marks. He left it behind as bait. Diaz touches my arm. I look up. The Camry's headlights come on and shine on us. The engine revs. I duck back as the car pulls away. The tires spin and spray water. The patrol car's headlights catch the license plate. I take a photo. License plate confirmed. The car races toward the harbor. I run back to the patrol car and jump in. Diaz floors it. We race into the storm. The docks stretch out before us. Shadowy containers pile up like gravestones. The Camry's taillights dance in front of us. We follow, sirens silent, heartbeats loud. Suddenly, the Camry brakes in front of us. It turns into a narrow alley between 2 containers. We stop. I turn off the engine. We get out and keep our flashlights dimmed. The alley is claustrophobic. Water stands on the ground. The metal walls are wet. The Camry is standing there with the engine running and the door open. I raise my gun. Police, come out with your hands up. Echo. No answer. I step forward. The driver's door is empty. The scarf is on the floor. I kneel down and examine it. No fingerprints, just mud. Then I hear it. A soft click behind me. I turn around. At the entrance to the alley stands a figure, half hidden in the shadows. Tall, slim, his coat dripping wet. Where are you going so early? I ask in a calm but quiet voice. The figure steps forward, his face hidden by his hood. I point the flashlight upward. It reflects off the metal in his hand, a camera. He takes a photo of me. The flash blinds me for a moment. I hear a shutter click. Why? I ask. He tilts his head. You never listen. His voice is cold and amused. Then he steps back into the shadows and disappears between the containers. I curse, run after him, but he's gone. Only the echo of his laughter in the storm can still be heard. I stand alone in the alley, the rain soaking my uniform. The Camry's engine ticks as it cools down. The harbor cranes creak. My radio crackles. "Units en route. Do you need backup?" I exhale, the tension easing. Negative. The situation is secure, for now. I pick up the scarf, mud and liquid, fresh. I put it in an evidence bag. I glance at the crates lining the alley, each marked with shipping codes. He could be in any one of them. I shine the beam over the crates. Nothing. The docks are empty. This city breathes secrets. Tonight it will breathe his game out. He knows every shadow, every passageway. He leads me deeper in, and I, the stubborn cop, follow him. A flash of lightning splits the sky. I pull out my radio. Headquarters. Suspect JS still at large. He's armed with a camera and a twisted need for control. He's playing with me. Request a tactical team to secure the container yard. The reply, "Roger that, 12 Bravo." I secure the alley and step back onto the smooth asphalt. The Camry's taillights disappear into the darkness. I look at the scarf in my hand, the stain on it appearing darker in the lamplight. I wipe the rain from my face. My reflection in the puddle flickers. Tired, determined. I walk back to the patrol car. My partner comes up to me and shakes his head. "He's okay," I say. He nods. No words are necessary. We drive off. Behind us, the docks lie silent, an empty labyrinth waiting for us. I close my eyes for a moment as we drive off. I see her face, the victim's eyes full of fear. I see the initials carved into the glass. I see the flash of the camera, and I know that this night has more in store. I get out of the patrol car into the pouring rain, my boots sinking into puddles spreading across the asphalt. The rain pelts my shoulders, but I hardly notice. My thoughts are focused on him. JS, the ghost in these halls, the hunter who wants me to play his perverse game. Diaz turns off the engine. We exchange glances, exhaustion, adrenaline, unspoken determination. We walk back to the servants' entrance, where yellow barrier tape flutters in the wind. The forensic team has retreated into tents, and the K-9 team is packing up. I show them my badge, and they lift the barrier tape. Inside the building, it is now quieter. Only the dripping of water and our footsteps can be heard. I retrace my steps, crawl, space grating, maintenance room, catwalk ladder. Every place seems tainted by his presence. At the top of the ladder, I pause in front of the office door. The traces of JS staring back at me. I touch the wall cautiously, cold, damp. He wanted me to see this, to know that he was here. I take out my cell phone and take a photo. Evidence, yes, but also a message. He's always watching us. We tidy up the office. Diaz shines his flashlight into the closet where I found the victim. Nothing new. I let the beam of light glide over the ceiling panels. One has been moved. I push it up. It gives way and reveals a narrow cavity. Inside, neatly folded, is the notebook. 5 years of entries, the author's descent into obsession, the last line dated tonight. She called him officer. Let's see how he likes being hunted. My stomach turns. He planned this. He studied me. He knew my code, protect, serve, pursue, and he turned it against me. I rip out the notebook. The pages flutter. I flip to the last entry. He'll come. He always does. I'll make him listen to me. Below, it is a sketch. My badge number, my face in profile, eyes wide open. I close the book and put it in an evidence bag. Footsteps thunder above, boots on metal. Diaz points upward. 2 tactical officers climb the ladder. I nod and hand them the bag. They grin. Jackpot. They spread out and clear the catwalk. I stay below, my heart pounding. Suddenly, the radio crackles. Unit 12, Bravo. Suspect van identified near the west exit. Appropriate procedure, camera flash reported. License plate matches. JSI look up. Coordinates? 2 minutes away, heading west. I exchange a glance with Diaz. He raises an eyebrow. Are you ready? I put the notebook in my jacket and holster my gun. Let's finish this. We sprint down the stairs, out into the parking lot, and through the rain to the patrol car. The world is chaos. Lights, commotion. Tactical transporters arriving. Officers being deployed. I jump into the passenger seat. Diaz steps on the gas. The tires squeal. Through the windshield I see the van. White, unmarked, parked under a streetlight. No lights on. The engine is idling. A figure stands next to it, slender, hooded. He holds a camera at chest height, the lens pointed at us. He raises the camera, click, flash. Even through the rain, I feel the sting. I yell, "There he is!" and shift the cruiser into first gear. Diaz floors it. The van races off and skids onto the road. We give chase, no sirens, no lights, through wet, empty streets. He weaves his way to the highway entrance. I report, suspect fleeing northbound on I-280. More patrol cars close in behind us. There are 3 of us when he merges onto the highway. The rain makes the road slippery. The van drifts back and forth between lanes and races away. I clench the steering wheel. My chest hurts. Every instinct tells me to ram him, to end this, but the rules hold me back. We continue the chase. Ahead of us, under the highway overpass, he brakes. The van spins and crashes into the median barrier. Tires squeal. Airbags deploy. We come to a screeching halt. I jump out, gun drawn, and radio for backup. Diaz covers the driver's door, and I walk around the car to the passenger side. The rain pours down on us. The door of the van swings open. He gets out, hands up, camera dangling. Water runs down his hood. His face is pale under his soaked cap. He smiles. "You found me," he says. His voice is calm, almost friendly. I yell, "Get down on the ground." He obeys and kneels in the rain. I handcuff him. His hands are cold. I pull the hood off his head. It's J.S., the college stalker, the writer from the notebook, the architect of fear. His eyes are clear, unperturbed. He tilts his head. "Are you listening to me now, officer?" I pull him up. He looks at me just inches from my face. The rain pours down between us. "Why?" I ask. "Why all this?" He smiles even wider. "To feel real, to make you feel." He glances at the notebook in my hand. "You read my story, now I'm reading yours." I push him into the patrol car. He rides along silently, watching me. I sit down in the driver's seat, my heart still pounding. I glance at Diaz. He nods. We drive back to the station through the storm, a convoy of patrol cars, their lights reflecting off the wet asphalt. At the station, I see him sign the waiver without taking his eyes off me. They lead him away. I stand in the reception area, rain dripping from my coat. The notebook lies open on the counter, pages turned. I flip through it. His last words, then blank pages. He stopped writing when he knew I would find him. I close it. My hands are shaking. The captain approaches me. "Good work," he says. "The media are already here." I nod. I'm in a daze. He pats me on the shoulder. "Get some rest." I step out into the subsiding storm. Blue and red lights flash on the walls of the station. The fog has lifted. The street is empty. I open my jacket, take the scarf out of the evidence bag. It has been cleaned. The stain is gone. I tie it around my wrist, as a reminder. I look up at the sky. It's still raining. I breathe in the cold air. The city hums. Somewhere, someone is calling 911. Somewhere, another darkness awaits. I close my eyes. I can still hear his voice. "Now, listen to me, officer." I open them again. My determination grows. I put the notebook in my coat and go inside. The police station locker room is quiet when I enter. Only the hum of the neon lights and the dripping of water from my rain-soaked jacket can be heard. I take off my gear, vest, badge, radio, gun. Everything clatters onto the bench. My hands are still shaking. Diaz left 10 minutes ago. I asked for a moment alone. I need to calm down before the debriefing. I open my jacket and find the notebook in my pocket. The pages are damp around the edges, but the ink is still dry. J.S. S. Careful scribbles, his sketches of me, his mocking last line. I read your story. I flip to the blank pages at the end. My reflection glints in the metal door of the locker. Dark circles under my eyes, jaw clenched. I close the notebook and slide it into the evidence cabinet. File number JS-0427. They'll want statements, photos, a report. But right now, the adrenaline is wearing off and leaving something colder behind, the feeling that he's not done yet. He surrendered easily, almost politely, but his parting words echo in my head. "Now I'll read yours." He knows me. He was in my head every step of this chase. And I let him be. I take a paper towel and wipe the dirt from my face. The mirror is fogged up from my breath. I draw a line along the glass, clear a small circle, and stare into my own eyes. Steel, hard, determined. But the question remains, how well do I really know myself when someone else is pulling the strings? The captain's voice crackles over the radio on the bench. "Bravo, we're ready when you are." I turn on the radio. I'm on my way. I throw my jacket over my shoulder and head for the door. In the hallway, uniformed officers step aside as I pass, whispering, "That was quite a chase. He actually turned himself in." I nod briefly, politeness, professional distance. Inside, Detective Harris and 2 CSI technicians are waiting in the interrogation room. Harris looks at me sternly. "Everything okay?" I shrug. "I'm fine." He pushes the notebook and photos across the table. "He said you should have these." I take the photos, snapshots of me in the alley, in the crawl space, on the property, taken from angles that only someone on the scene could have seen. He watched me at work. He studied my movements. My heart sinks. I push the photos back. "He's delusional." Harris leans forward. "He claims it was performance art, his masterpiece." I swallow. "At our expense." The CSI technician takes the scarf out of an evidence bag. The fiber analysis is in. No blood, just soil and iron oxide mixed with a sedative. Traces of chloral hydrate. He drugged her. He drugged me. He planned every detail to stage my pursuit. Harris nods grimly. "We're charging him with kidnapping, false imprisonment, and assault with a deadly weapon. His camera flash can cause blindness. We'll add terrorist threats because of the notes." I go over his rights in my mind. I think of the victim's face, the fear in her eyes. I think of my own fear in the darkness. This man used atmosphere and psychology as weapons. He used me as a weapon. They wheel him in. J.S. in an orange jumpsuit, handcuffs clinking. He sees me through the glass. He smiles. The same empty smile. "Listen to me carefully, officer," he motes. I stare at him expressionlessly. I turn away. The rain has stopped, leaving the asphalt smooth and shiny in the headlights of the police station. I step out of the interrogation room into the quiet hallway, the weight of my last confession weighing heavily on me. Every step echoes. The building now seems empty, too empty. I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me from the shadows, studying my every move. I stop in front of the evidence cabinet, where JS's notebook and scarf lie behind bulletproof glass. I stare at them and for a moment imagine his pale face, the eerie calm in his eyes. "Now I'll read yours," he had whispered. And somehow I know he meant it. I turn around and go back to the changing room. My uniform is neatly folded on the bench. My wet gear is hanging up to dry. I take my jacket and my badge and put them on with deliberate care. The fabric still smells faintly of rain and adrenaline. I take off my radio and put my gun in its holster. Everything in its place. Regulations, control. But inside, my composure is crumbling. I step out into the cold of dawn. The sky is indigo blue, the horizon just beginning to brighten. I take a deep breath and taste the metallic flavor of the air. The parking lot is deserted. Only the patrol car is still there, its headlights dimmed, an evidence tag flapping on the antenna. I walk around the car, looking for clues I may have overlooked. The tires bear faint traces of mud from the harbor. The trunk is locked. I run my finger along the door and then let it drop. My cell phone vibrates, a text message from headquarters. "JS in custody. File updated. Good work." I text back, "End of shift?" No reply. I put my phone in my pocket. End of shift? For him, maybe. For me, it's just another beginning. I get into the patrol car and sit behind the wheel. The seat is cold. I adjust the mirror and catch a glimpse of my reflection. Exhaustion around my eyes, my jaw tense. I stare at myself until the line between me and my reflection blurs. Who is the cop and who is the hunted? The radio crackles. A routine call. Trouble at a bus stop. I turn off the engine. I'm not going to answer. Not yet. I need a moment. I reach under the seat and pull out the evidence bag with the scarf. I hold it in the palm of my hand. The fabric is soft and covered with dark, iron-colored stains. I run my thumb over the edge. The traces of the sedative confirm that he mixed it into her drink. He drugged her, and me too, so that I was left disoriented in the crawl space. He planned every step of the chase, and I followed him. I clench my hand around the scarf, stand up, and step out into the parking lot. The first pale rays of dawn color the sky. The city is waking up. Commuters are stirring somewhere. But here, in this quiet environment, time seems to stand still. I tie the scarf around my wrist, a knot of steel in memory, a reminder that I was vulnerable, that the hunter can become the hunted. I walk to the front of the patrol car and lean against the hood. My radio crackles again. Another call. I ignore it. I look east, toward the highway overpass where the chase began. The asphalt glistens. I can almost see the skid marks from the van, the flash of its camera, its calm surrender. He wanted to be caught. He wanted me to feel his power. But power is fleeting. I get into the driver's seat, start the engine, and pull onto the road. The world becomes brighter. I drive north, toward home. My neighborhood is quiet. Only a few windows are lit. I drive past closed stores, a 24-hour diner whose neon sign flickers. I think of the victim, who is now safe in the hospital under guard. I think of JS, who is behind bars but still free in his mind. He will study me based on the reports, read every transcript. He will know my schedule, my habits, and he will plan again. I park in front of my apartment building and turn off the engine. I sit there for a moment and listen to the silence. The adrenaline has worn off, leaving behind a hollow clarity. I look at my watch, 5:12 a.m. My shift ends at 6 a.m., but I'm already off duty. I gather my things and enter the lobby. The security desk is empty, and the employee waves me through. I take the elevator to the 3rd floor. The doors open onto a dimly lit carpeted floor. I unlock my door and step inside. The apartment is dark and sparsely furnished. A couch, a desk, a bed. My laptop is on the desk, closed. I put my keys and jacket on a chair. I go to the window and look out over the city. The roofs glisten in the morning dew. In the distance, I can see the bay, the water glistening like molten silver. Somewhere, a seagull cries. Life goes on. I walk over to the desk and open my laptop. The screen lights up. Emails, unread messages, shift schedules. I minimize everything. I open a blank document. The cursor blinks. I type. April 28th, 2025. 5:15 a.m. End of shift. Or the beginning of reckoning. I pause. The words seem inadequate. But I keep typing, a slow litany of what happened. The call, the sedan, the tunnel, the victim, the chase, the confession, the arrest. I describe my fear, the oppressive darkness, the flash of his camera echoing in my head like a gunshot. I write until the page is full, then start a new one. The notebook was his evidence. This will be mine.